What's up?
Happy Saturday night, everybody. Happy Heineken Rivalry Week. Andrew Wiebe here, Sacha Kljestan, Charlie Davies, Tommy Scoops, a.k.a. The Leaker, Tom Bogert. What's up, folks? It's a big night of soccer in MLS. We're here to watch it with you, YouTube live or on Twitch. We are monitoring all the comments. Guide us, take us where you want us to go. His ups and thousands of other co-hosts is the way we're going to run this tonight. And we've already got Alejandro Gonzalez hitting us up and YouTube live. Love Sacha still putting in work this late in his career. Sacha, that's like there's two sides of that. There's like the complimentary side, and then he hits you with the this late in your career. But glad to have you, man. The night after El Tráfico.
What do you mean?
He didn't have to say it, though. He didn't have to say it. He could have just said, good on you putting in work. What's up, man? Thanks for joining us the night after maybe the biggest rivalry game in this entire league.
Thanks for having me. I'm the youngest 36-year-old in the league, so it's all good.
Hey, I agree with that. But
I don't see any other 36-year-olds out here backheeling assists, sitting on 99, just waiting for it, on his BWP number, waiting to get to 100. Tom Bogert's here as well. If you know Tommy Scoops, you know that he is on the cutting edge of all the news around Major League Soccer. The secondary transfer window is officially open. So if you have any questions about transfers, about anything going on in MLS, let us know. Roger's already saying it. What we're all thinking, dueling mustaches. I love it. I do love it as well. We're watching games with you.
Sacha did it first.
That's true.
Come on, I've deferred
Sacha
to
was
the king of
capable of
Sacha
doing it
Kljestan
first.
for the mustache forever. Like, I know this. Nobody needs to remind me this.
Tommy's so young. He was probably watching me in college when he was a little boy and was saying, "Oh, I want a mustache like that one day."
Oh, no.
I was in college while you were playing at the Red Bulls, and I went to college 10 minutes from Red Bull Arena.
Even the Red Bulls are in this chat saying 2 great mustaches. So you know that there's some good stuff there. We're monitoring both of them. I'll be checking it out all night. We're watching these games with you. We got some rivalry matches coming up. Of course, there's some matches live right now. Atlanta at home, falling flat on their faces, kind of like the Sounders earlier. Producing Anders, just to hit you in the back room here. Sounders, of course, losing against the Timbers 3-0. The Timbers have been very good at Lumen Field. That was a big rivalry on Big Fox to start the day. Austin, Atlanta is not a rivalry. It's not a bonus game, I'd say, either, but Austin's still up 2-0 on the road. Their hot run on the West continues. We got Charlotte, Nashville coming, Cincinnati, New York. Montreal, KC has kicked off here. It's scoreless there. Toronto, San Jose. No Lorenzo Insigne for us tonight. That's a bummer. A couple weeks, got some tightness in his calf. He's working through, but they are busy in Toronto. Mark Anthony K arriving via trade yesterday? Today? I don't know. It all blends together. Tom will tell us about it. We'll evaluate that one. Chicago, Columbus, but the big ones we are watching with you. Orlando, Miami. Lineups are out in that one. Campana starts. No Pozuelo, still working on that visa side for him, but no Higuain in this game. But Campana, he's the goal scorer for Miami. They are hot right now, and Orlando are not. We'll see who gets the win there in Orlando. Houston, Dallas. Will it be a debut for Ache Ache? I am feverishly monitoring the Houston Dynamo Twitter at the time to let you know whether Ache Ache starts. We do have we have the arrival shots, we have the fashion shots, we have the promo videos. We don't know if he's in the 11 or in the squad. Assume the squad, and we'll finish the night after Sacha goes to date night with the Rocky Mountain Cup, Colorado RSL. So should be a good night as well. What are you watching tonight, rivalry-wise, Charlie? Tell me what you're excited for, man.
I'm always excited for some of the bigger matches, and when I'm looking at bigger matches, I know you brought up Austin and Atlanta. It's disappointment, no doubt, for Atlanta to be losing at home to Austin. Austin's red hot, but Portland, Seattle, that's the bigger mystery, because Seattle, it feels like they're the sleeping giant. Everyone knows, they have all this talent. They come alive at some point. But to lose at home to Portland, who have been absolutely struggling and needing a lifeline, that was the biggest shock to me. That's kind of probably the match that I was anticipating was going to be all about fireworks tonight. But I'm looking forward to Orlando, Miami. That if I had to pick one tonight that hasn't played yet, it's Orlando, Miami.
Twitch, I'm watching. I don't see any comments yet. So if you're among the 300 people watching us right now, you can guide us. That's where you want to go. We already have a question here, Sacha, for you. A lot of people, I don't know, are there Olympiacos fans here or just one? Apparently, you were going to go to Olympiacos before Red Bull. Is that the case, or?
That's an accurate statement. I got actually really deep in discussions with Olympiacos. It's a good story because we ended up playing them 3 times one season while they were in our group in Champions League, and we also had played them in a preseason friendly. And I played well in all 3 games. And after the second game in Champions League, I was in doping control because, they choose like 3 guys after every game. And I'm sitting in there with Kostas Manolas, who's a big center back. I think he's back at Olympiacos now, but he played for Roma after that and Napoli. Mm-hmm. And he was like, "You want to come play for Olympiacos?" And I was like, "What?" And he's like, our coach loves you, man. He tells the team like the most important player to stop is Kljestan. And I was like, I guess, I don't know. And then like a month later, the agent started talking and they worked out a deal and everything was good. And in the end, they didn't buy me because the board said I was too old. I think I was 28 at the time. And they ended up buying a younger midfielder anyway. But I was close to moving to Greece at a certain point and it didn't work out. And a few months later, I went to New York. It's a big club. It's a huge club in Greece, and historically a big club like Anderlecht as well. And so it would have been fun, but it didn't work out.
So first of all, I got a text from somebody when I was jumping on for our pre-show to say, "Can you ask Sacha about almost going to Olympiacos?" So I wonder if this was the same person that dropped this text in.
What's that person's name? Can I just ask you that?
At MLS Transfers.
Whoever Mark K is the one who needs to know this. So, anyway. By the way, Red Bull is Charlie in here helping us out. The hashtag instant replay, 2nd minute foul on Luquinhos. So file that away for after the show for when we get there, by the way.
Hold on. One more real quick. Sacha, I interviewed you for that Jesse Marsh story And I was talking to you about going from Anderlecht to Red Bulls. This Olympiacos story never came up. You didn't think that was a important part for the story. Nothing that I wanted to know.
That was about 6 to 7 months before I went to New York. So this was the summer before, and then I ended up going in the winter transfer period to New York Red Bulls.
All right, just making sure.
Yeah.
Do you have a story to tell us going to be a part of the backroom staff at Leeds at any point here, or?
I don't have any plans for that yet. I've got too much time left on the field, I think, Wiebe. But no, seriously, I keep in touch with Jesse. It's really exciting to see Aronson go there now and Tyler Adams. I think both of those players will be really key players for Leeds, and I'm excited to see them in the Premier League to see how they can handle what's most commonly referred to as the best league in the world.
We got a goal here in Chicago, Columbus. We got a goal as well. I believe we got a goal from Montreal too. So watch that closely wherever you are. ESPN Plus is probably your best bet to get everything in tonight. If you have Apple TV or you have the box, you can do multiple games, and that is the best way to ingest that. What's up, Jay Wineglass C here on Twitch? Yes, everybody's happy to see Charlie here. Yes, there are mustaches on this show. That's going to be a quick realization for just about anybody who walks into this thing. As we wait for some of these rivalry matches to come to start, Houston, Dallas currently in warm-ups. I'm watching Jesus Ferreira, who, of course, we're curious to see here, but we are not going to see Ache. Hector Herrera is not in the starting lineup for the Houston Dynamo, but he is on the bench. He is on the bench.
Are you kidding me?
I know. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. We'll see when he gets into this game. Charlie and Sacha, how does Ache change Houston? How does a presence like that come into a locker room work? I think back to Jermaine Jones for you, Charlie. It was a better Revs team. The better Revs team. I'm just saying the same sort of presence and player. Okay, explain yourself.
It's not in terms of maybe the name and the presence, especially in that community in the city of Houston, massive. But in terms of like product on the field, Jermaine Jones was an absolute beast. I mean, he just came off of a World Cup where he scored an incredible goal against Portugal.
The
man was box to box. No, I'm not at all.
Are you saying Jermaine Jones is a better player than Hector Herrera?
I'm telling you, at this stage of their careers, when they came to MLS, Jermaine Jones got around the field much more. I think he was much more efficient. We haven't seen what Hector Herrera is going to bring. But I'm saying what I've seen so far this year at Atletico Madrid from Hector Herrera versus what Jermaine Jones did for us in that first 4 months on our way to MLS Cup. I mean, it's very, very difficult to even match that, let alone exceed that. The expectations are high for Hector Herrera, but that Houston team, they have a lot of work that needs to be done in order for them to be competitive.
Eyewitness testimony historically unreliable. I'm just going to throw that out there on Charlie right now.
What's historically
eyewitness testimony, man? It's scientific. It's your brain plays trick on you. If you were there, you see it as something better. I don't know. What do you think, Sacha?
See it as something better. Did you see the win streak?
I'm not. I'm just trying to drag you, Charlie, right now. No, Jermaine was good.
This is Charlie's revisionist history. Didn't you guys lose like 8 games in a row that season, and then you guys won 8 games in a row, and then you guys went to MLS Cup, which you guys lost to? Who did you guys lose to that MLS Cup?
LA Galaxy.
LA Galaxy. All right, but listen.
Very much.
Hector Herrera is one of Mexico's best players of the last decade, and this guy's been playing at Atletico Madrid, a much bigger club than any club Jermaine Jones ever played at. So I don't know. I got to agree. When Jermaine came in, he was a huge spark for that New England Revolution team. No doubt about it. But if you're just comparing the players, Hector Herrera is just one step above Jermaine Jones, in my opinion. And I do agree also with Charlie that Houston has more work to do.
Yes.
So maybe he's not the guy who's going to save their season and bring them to MLS Cup, but I do think he's a fantastic player.
Chad Carlson on the YouTube live side. What is Houston doing better this year compared to last year?
I would say just defending is better. Darwin Quintero has been their kind of bright spot this year, but we know what Darwin Quintero brings to the table. Not going to work for the team defensively, but if you set him up, and we've seen Alejandro Pozuelo, I think in the same sort of position tactically with TFC at times, where they're great on transition because they hide out almost when you're not in possession, and they pop up. They're in a great spot, and then they have the freedom to attack. Darwin Quintero, when he's motivated, has really looked good for Houston. But in large portions of these matches that they play in, where they don't have possession and you're minus a defender with him on the pitch, it's a huge disadvantage. But I love what Paulo Nagamura has done for them. I think he's given them belief, a little bit more structure and organization, which has allowed them to be better and more competitive this year for sure than they were in the past.
Well, and I think my favorite thing that Paulo's done in this new regime is that you talk about Darwin Quintero, you said it off the front. Everybody knows what he can do. Yeah, well, he didn't play last year. Tab Ramos didn't bend the system. He didn't make any concessions. He had his vision, he had his tactics, and he wanted to stick to it. And I can respect that in a way. But Paulo Nagamura started the season with a 4-3-3. They created like nothing over their first 2 games. And then he looked at the training field and said, all right, I'm going to take away my 4-3-3. I'm going to make it a 4-2-3-1 so Darwin can cook. And then they were much more competitive. I don't know how that changes with Ache, because I think him, Coco Carrasquilla, and Matias Veras is a really good midfield trio. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I think my favorite change for them is that a little bit more flexible and a little less dogmatic.
We've got a goal in Charlotte. We've got a Christian Fuchs penalty. They're up 1-0 on Nashville in Charlotte right now. Montreal with a goal as well. Romel Kyoto, stand up Mike Crachos.
Yeah.
Since he just got one.
Yeah.
On the Red Bulls. Brandon Vasquez. I got to get your thoughts on Cincy, Sasha. They were the worst. I mean, like the worst. And I say that with
that's
sympathy.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say all due respect.
I was going to say,
where are you going here?
Also.
Yeah, just with sympathy for them. They just collecting spoons, like trying to have a dinner party, set the table. And they're fun to watch. This new regime with Albright as well as Noonan has been, we talk about Nagamura providing structure. Well, they provided structure, but they've also provided freedom. Like, they're one of the most exciting teams in the entire league to watch. Lucho might be the MVP right now. That turnaround, I know it's MLS and fates change quickly, but that's a pretty incredible turnaround.
I love it because I think when we all saw Chris Albright go there, I think everyone thought like, wow, I hope they give him 18 months because that's how long it's going to take to reshape that roster. But I think Pat Noonan has done a fantastic job. I think he has so much like tactical flexibility that they attack with numbers. There's freedom. It's free flowing. They're creating a lot of chances. I was a little worried about them last week when they had that 3-0 lead and gave it up to New York City. And I thought like, is that old Cincinnati back again? But I think they're pretty good and they're definitely in the fight for the playoffs. And I think they deserve to be up there right now.
Chat, let us know. Do Cincy make the playoffs? Put your money where your mouth is. If you're into them, if you think they got it, let us know. We got some people ragging on DC right now. I wore my Philly jersey here. The 7-Up, they're calling it 7-Up Cup on Friday.
Charlie, is that a real rivalry, this DC Philly? Because I played in a rivalry game once where we won 7-0 too. I don't know if any of my Red Bull fans.
I was there. That was entertaining.
It was called the Red Wedding for a reason. And this one yesterday, though, it's embarrassing to be on that side of the loss.
You know what's more embarrassing for DC United is the fact that they fired Hernan Lozada and they stuck with an assistant coach who had been there with Ben Olsen and had never really excelled. So I think you're settling for a poor performance, a poor rest of your season, that with no hope, that you're just like chugging along and just saying, all right, let's just do the bare minimum, because that's what it is. If you don't have a clear identity and a clear direction of the club, how can you expect Fontas, who's been incredible for a newcomer, to come in and be like, is this for real? This is a laughing stock. Because it is. And for the fan base, Sash, that's as dedicated supporter group as there is in this country. And they've they started off on a high with Bruce Arena and Echeverry and Jaime Moreno and those years of success. And now it's horrible. And you had a little spark, a little something with Wayne Rooney, and you get a brand new stadium that's probably 75% done. And they've given up. and it's so painful for me because I'll always be a fan and a supporter of DC. I'll have so much love for the supporters in that city, and to watch that 7-0, it's a joke. It is, and I feel sorry for the supporters because they have to witness that. But in terms of a rivalry, no, it's not a real rivalry. I mean, you're looking at it from the distance perspective, and you're like, oh yeah, we're rivals, but not like DC Red Bulls and obviously the new one with New York City FC and Red Bulls. But
I mean, Philly, New York City.
It's not a
Philly, New York City has way more than that game.
Yeah, it's not a
Philly
game that you circle.
Too. Philly
You don't
Red Bulls
circle
too,
it on the
I feel like
calendar.
has been a good one.
Which one?
Philly and Red Bulls has been a good one.
Yeah,
that has
it's
been
turned
a
to that. Sasha, when you were at the Red Bulls, did you lose to them ever? It seemed like when your time was there that the Red Bulls Philly was one way, so it wasn't really a rivalry.
You know, they knocked us out of the Open Cup once. And that was a big deal. I think that's when it started to turn because I
15,
think that was
16?
I think it was
was that when they made the final? 17?
No, we went to the final in 17. I think it was 15.
Oh, okay.
And then it started to
15.
turn because it started to turn. They were always a tough game for us. But we did win a lot against Philly in those early years. But I think in the last few years, like that really memorable playoff game, it's been a good one.
Sasha, if you were to retire today, what's the first club that you identify with? Is it Red Bulls? Is it Chivas?
Oh, it's a great
question. Go down a go.
Hey, Chivas was like legit. Kljestan
that was real Chivas.
I remember Kljestan ran MLS for a little bit there at Chivas, and Chivas was hot. Ante Razov and Kljestan. But if you were to take one kit, which one would it be?
For me, it's Anderlecht. That's the club of my heart. So I think that's where I had my best years at. We won the most. That's the club I identify with the most. Just like the people in the city, the respect that I think they had for me and the work that I did.
Mr. USA.
And the time I
spent. But if you had an
there.
MLS kit and you had
if I had an MLS one, it would be New York Red Bulls. I think that the 3 years I played there were also 3 of the best years of my career. Chivas was an awesome period, and it was so long ago that I think those memories start to fade a little bit, and then they haven't existed for many years now. So it's kind of weird, but it was such a formative time for me. I got to play with all those guys that you named, and I was just like a kid who came into the league, and then I started right away, and I got to learn from all these older guys. So such a special experience. Orlando,
especially after getting worked at Seton Hall.
Charlie, don't step on.
We can't.
Charlie,
if I got to do the Seton Hall Boston College thing ever again, I refuse, Charlie.
He was about to make an Orlando joke, and you trampled it.
I was. Listen, Charlie scored in the Azteca. Charlie scored in the Confederations Cup.
Just get it out of the way.
The best part of his life was beating me against Seton Hall one time.
It was magical. Me and my headband. Absolutely.
Oh, man. Strikers Elite, I see you, man. We will get to the Dynamo and Ache, their playoff chances here in just a second. By the way, King Jabo, Jeremy Abobasi with another goal. It's good to see Americans at top goal and boot charts. We already have Brandon Vasquez tonight with one. Maybe we'll get one from Jesus Ferreira. Houston, Dallas coming up here for Heineken Rivalry Week in just a second. Orlando, Miami. By the way, I'm watching the solo cam for Orlando, Miami as they prepare for this one. I just saw lightning from the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen. It looks super ominous, Stranger Things-esque. So we're in a delay here.
And PK.
Red Bulls equalized.
Red Bulls
equalized.
Whoa, I was wondering. We had a lot of red at the top of the screen. So yeah, ESPN Plus, folks. If you're dilly-dallying on this Heineken Rivalry Week Saturday night, get that done. Can I just? We're going to get to Josh Vera. How far did Philly go this year, and what will hold them back? But Tom, I have to ask you. I don't know if you have any inside information, or any thoughts on this. But we're talking about a manager at DC, and Wayne Rooney's name is getting thrown into it, and Josh Siegel reported on the site that confirmed they have been talking DC and Wayne Rooney. You know anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can confirm that as well. I mean, again, Stephen Goff of the Washington Post, ESPN, Jeff Carlisle, they all kind of had it as well. I echo what Taylor Twellman and Ben Olsen were saying on the broadcast yesterday, Sasha, before your game, saying that, yeah, there's been talks like the relationship between Rooney's agents and the club ownership is still very good. I mean, if I had to guess, I'd assume that that's more out of courtesy, exploratory than anything else. Like all of the reports about Wayne Rooney's time at DC United, he loved it and he enjoyed the league, but his family really did not enjoy living outside of England or outside of everything they knew. So I'd be really surprised if he decided to come back after, like, if, do you come without your family or do you kind of convince your family again?
Colleen's going to say, let bygones be bygones, all right? Let bygones be bygones.
Charlie, to piggyback off what you were saying before with the interim head coach, Chad Ashton, they told him he's got the job through the end of the season. I mean, I guess if Wayne Rooney says I'm willing to coach your team, you could probably go back on a verbal thing there. But like, do they wait for the rest of the season? Like, I don't know. I think that there's just kind of too much up in the air there. And again, I'd be pretty surprised.
If you don't make a move, you're flushing the toilet down this season down the toilet. That's what you're doing.
That's my biggest criticism of both DC and San Jose. They made coaching changes very early in the season, and they were both like, all right, like the interim's got it for the rest of the season, then we'll see what happens. Like they were 4 and 7 games into the season. I don't like the idea of, again, whether like they'll say that, hey, we believe in the team, we believe in these coaches, but the optics are that you're giving away the season or caring less about the season. You're worried more about 2023 when 2022 is just a few games in. So I don't like that.
Especially, for these assistant managers, they're not really set up to succeed either. I mean, you already knew what Chad Ashton was. It's not that you needed a season to figure that out. You already knew what you had. But in terms of other coaches, you get, you all of a sudden the manager that you had all this loyalty and you worked with for so long is gone and you're in charge. There's no vision, long-term vision in a lot of cases. You've never been in this spot for the majority of these instances. And, how are you supposed to succeed?
Yeah.
Success is in Philly. They're a completely different team than they were when they entered the league. Let's hit Josh Vera's comment. Sacha, how far do they go this year? And when you watch them, what do you see?
I think their ceiling is top of the Eastern Conference. I think their biggest opponent is New York City. I think New York City is still better. I think they're the class of the East. If they can figure out a way to beat New York City, that's their chance of getting to MLS Cup. I think that's the route they have to go through to get to MLS Cup. But I think Philly has been fantastic. I think Jim Curtin over the last few years, just the way he's been able to deal with players leaving and bringing young players into the team, and also their scouting of bringing in new players. A lot of them have done well since coming in. I love the move of bringing Carranza from Miami up to Philly. I think he's been very good. Ale Bedoya has still been playing well. Shout out to the old guys. Like they've got stuff figured out up there, and they're doing very, very well. Tactically, 4-4-2, a little bit of a diamond, still pressing, still getting after teams. I know they've had a lot of ties this season, but defensively, I think they've given up 13 goals in 18 or 19 games. That's the type of stuff that can win you supporter shields. So I think they'll be challenging at the top all season.
That's the saddest part. If you're, let's just say, an Orlando fan, you lose the DC 5-3, and then you watch Philly come out and smack them 7-0. You're like, oh God! It's just in comparison, you got to kind of feel that one in your gut. With a couple goals, that's a really big deal for Philly. And you reported, Tom, that Carranza's got the 500K GAM clause here that Philly could exercise. What's going on, you think, this summer for Philly as far as the transfer window goes? And will they exercise that, or are they going to wait and see?
I've been saying since the loan happened, from talking to people at that club, they were saying that this was a player that they thought fit perfectly with them. And I obviously agreed with what he does defensively, what he does off the ball, him playing with alongside a forward, playing in transition a lot, high pressing. Like, if you asked me this in February, I would have said I'd be shocked if they don't pick up this purchase option. And again, as I reported, it's 500,000 GAM. I guess it depends on if you can agree a new contract or maybe not, whatever it is. Again, I'd be very surprised if they don't, even more surprised after that hat trick last night. I think he's just a perfect fit for that team. I think that you need Mikhail Ured to be your, leading guy, because if Carranza is like second fiddle and like your second scoring option, and Gazdag is kind of the second scoring option too, like that's a pretty strong attack. In terms of what they're doing this summer, I was told a couple weeks ago that expect when the homegrowns get back from the U20 championships that they're going to play more. And then this week they traded away Sergio Santos. As I've reported, they're in the finalizing a deal to send Stuart Finley to Oxford United. Jack DeVries, again, that was already in the works a while ago. and then they mutually agreed to terminate the contract of Matsi Orvets. Like, that's 4 senior players that are out, and 4 homegrowns are coming back from the U20 CONCACAF Championship. So it was no coincidence that Jim Curtin subbed all 4 on at the end of the game yesterday.
I mean, how great is that if you're if you're a fan of Philly Union and you see those 4 moves after watching these guys ball out with the U20s and then coming back and getting their minutes now, like, you have to just be proud that your team has like developed a plan, stuck to the plan, and then is also winning while doing it. Like, this is, if I'm a fan of an MLS team and my team is doing that, it's like, you got to be so proud of your team and what the group is doing. It's amazing what they're doing in Philly.
Yeah, the alignment between that from front office to academy to the coaching staff, like Jim Curtin is so integral to this, and he's a great leader in that he's always deferring credit to the players, to the front office, to the academy directors, all this. But like, Jim Curtin is so integral to this process, and that like he should be getting all the credit in the world.
I was going to say, especially when you have sort of the memories of the early Union days to compare it to. Where it was a little bit of wild west, so to speak, with Peter Novak and others. We have Jay Bora 88 in the Twitch chat. Remember, get at us. Any question you have, we'll get it to these guys. Who's the best trash talker in MLS these days? Sasha, you're the only one on the field in MLS these days. So who's got decent trash talking game? And if you want to get specific, in El Trafico, who was chirpiest?
I don't know. I feel like as I've gotten older, I kind of stick away from that kind of stuff nowadays. Back in the day, I think a lot of people in MLS hated me. Like in my Chivas days, everyone, I talked a lot. My guy Felipe, who scored today for Austin, I think he's also calmed down in his older age. But man, was he the number 1 public enemy, I think, back in the day when he played on the Red Bulls.
Facts.
Sasha, Sasha, I'm giving a lot of this to your year at Seton Hall, your time at the Red Bulls North. I'm claiming you honorary for New Jersey, and particularly for those qualities.
I consider myself half New Jerseyan.
It's my guy.
There you go. There you go. We got some gold. Oh my God! By the way, it is absolutely torrential. Morgan Tenza hit up in the YouTube live comments and was like, "Hey, big storm here in Orlando." I don't know if you guys can see this on your. You can almost not see the lights in the stadium on this up for the amount of rain that is falling right now. Austin up 2-0 right now. Other scores around the league: 1-1 Montreal Sporting Kansas City. Cincinnati Red Bulls, same score line. Charlotte's still up 1-0. And San Jose, Jeremy Above. We're going to get you some highlights, some goals here in a little bit so we can all watch those together. But we're going to get in the comments section and get after it. Alex Hubner says, would it be unfair to let go of Pineda if Atlanta doesn't make the playoffs? Charlie, yes, I think would be the answer to that.
Yes,
a big club
be.
like Atlanta, sometimes things like that happen. I think that would be unfair, especially given just we're talking about storms in Orlando. The injury storm for Atlanta is mind-boggling, to be honest with you.
There's, I think there's degrees to a manager losing players to injury and the amount of time that they lose players to injury. But in a case like Pineda, I think, because you could say, oh, well, you got to adjust the team and you have to plan for things that could happen throughout the season. But Miles Robinson, Guzan, Joseph Martinez in and out, Araujo as well with a hamstring. Amada has kind of been, you could see some talent here and there, but has also been the inconsistency up and down. 100% you give him more time. That is a coach that you stick with. He has, I think, just the way he's handled himself in the media already kind of signals that, hey, this is a coach you trust and you believe in, and you've got to give him the time, let him see it out. Because look at the coaching kind of spectacle that they've had. I mean, from once Tata Martino left, De Boer and the kind of I don't even know what you would call that, but some of the
they've already been the quick trigger manager fire, right? Like,
yeah,
and so they kind of had to.
That was the right decision.
Heinz was an absolute nightmare, nightmare, and you also have to look at the front office.
I was going to say,
there have been some bad.
There
have been some really poor signings and hires, and that is not on Pineda. I can tell you that. So I'll leave it at that. Atlanta has a lot of things to work out and figure out, and it's not Pineda.
All right, let's hit.
Any MLS team loses 5 locked-on starters basically to injury. you're not probably going to make the playoffs. And if you do, you've done some type of magic, So
the whole defensive spine, and then again, even Araujo was out for like a month.
Yes.
Joseph Martinez was out for more than a month. Like, they have a starting 11 of guys, like they're pretty much their first choice 11 has all missed at least a month.
Yeah. And then Miles Robinson, who arguably could be the best player on that team. That's an uphill battle for Pineda. I think they've got to give him more time.
STK Cooper, a lot of R's in that, man. I don't know how to. You got to make these more legible. Twitch. Like I understand you've got your brand. Nobody can read that. How do you think Gareth Bale will fit into the way LAFC plays?
Let's go, Sash.
We could dive right in. Get the Galaxy comment on that. Maybe we start with El Trafico from your perspective, then get to Bale, Sasha. So a 3-2 loss last night, Friday night, on ESPN. For the LA Galaxy. Big win for LAFC. You rightly pointed out, Sasha, in the show meeting. You guys have won the previous 2 meetings and have been the bogeyman for LAFC during their time in MLS. Feelings this morning. How'd you wake up?
I'm disappointed, of course. Every game I play in, I want to win. I could tell by the way LAFC players and fans last night reacted to the win. It was a big deal to them. And we put a lot of emotion and a lot of effort, and there was a huge intensity to that match. And so that's the way derby games should be. I think it was good and it was entertaining. I think we had a lot of good goal scoring chances, and had we been a little bit sharper, I think we definitely could have taken 3 points last night. But this is the game. This is in a derby game. It's about fighting for every inch of the field. It's about set pieces, and they get a goal off a corner kick early in the game, and that creates a little bit more chaos and a little bit more despair, I think, on our side. But I think we were fantastic in our mentality and intensity of fighting back and getting into the game. And it's unfortunate that we make a tactical change, and then within 2 minutes we give up 2 more goals before we could even settle back into the game. And then once we did settle back into the game, we were good in possession again and created some chances and created some problems for them and pushed it to the end. But obviously it's a disappointing loss. It meant a lot to them, and they're a very good team. I have a lot of respect for LAFC, and I think they're a very good team.
Gareth Bale, open to the entire panel here. We see him arriving. Looked like he was a little bit jet lagged, so to speak, going through the rigmarole of arrival day for a son of the magnitude of Gareth Bale. On TAM, it's got some Zlatan to the Galaxy flavor to it. Of course, you figure if he sticks around, he will not be a TAM player. Arguably one of the best players in the entire world over the last decade, though he's had some ups and downs. Charlie, how did you feel about that? And Sasha, I'd have you follow up. Could you feel energy in the stadium that was a little bit different having a guy like Gareth Bale there?
I'd say one, I was shocked that it felt like it came out of nowhere. There was no build up. There were no leads saying that Gareth Bale is really considering LAFC, real strong ones where, sometimes a player of this magnitude, there'd be at least a month of conversations around it. And then all of a sudden it was like Gareth Bale at LAFC, and everyone's like, wait, what? It's massive. It's for the league, because they were competing with other Premier League teams. They were competing with teams across Europe. He chose LAFC. I love that. He wanted to come to MLS, and he feels that this will be great for his family. It'll be a great environment to play in, probably with a lot less stress and pressure from the media and on his family and the negativity. So he's opted for a new experience, which I love. I think LAFC are very fortunate considering the players that they already have in place. And you get a Chiellini, who is a World Cup veteran with Italy. So, man, it's almost as if they have too many riches, and we're not accustomed to seeing that in MLS all that often, especially when you look at LAFC's attacking players. However, there is that transition. There's going to be that expectation. It's a lot to live up to. Zlatan Ibrahimovic had all this, and he came through, but he didn't win any trophies for the Galaxy. I'm interested because this is why LAFC brought him and have made these signings, because they want to win this year, and they feel like they can. They're top of the table. It's top of the Supporters' Shield standings. You make these signings, you better win. You better win. And I know the Galaxy, like Sasha talked about last night, they had a lot of opportunities to change the game. A different touch here, a different decision in the final third. And the Galaxy
Marking
win last
Sifu
night.
anywhere in the 18-yard box.
So, I mean, I'm happy that a player of that caliber is coming to Major League Soccer at his age too. It's not that he's 36 and coming to MLS. He still has a lot left in the tank.
Slagging 36-year-olds here. I turn 36 tomorrow.
It's
Chuck,
what
right?
we've seen, though. We've seen that.
What I would say,
Charlie's take went so hard that his earbud fell out.
I just wonder where he's going to play and how he's going to fit in tactically. Like Steve Cherundolo has a big job on his hands if he's going to get Arango, Vela, and Bale all on the field at the same time, because then I think you lose a little bit of balance and a little bit of work on the defensive side of the ball. So, Vela, I think, likes the most playing on the right, so he can come in on his left foot, but he doesn't do a lot defensively. And I know Bale likes playing on the right, so he can come in onto his left foot, and he's not doing a lot defensively either.
But I think he's going to play the 9.
Yeah, those are fair questions to ask.
I think so too. But then you lose Arango, who has been so good for them, so good. Yeah. So it's like when you have too many good players and you have to figure out a way to put them all on the field, and then tactically it doesn't all start to work. So it's going to be really interesting to watch.
This is the thing. This is the thing that Wiebe has been talking about with Goss. How many starts do you think you have with Bale? Because then you get to this. Well, maybe Gareth Bale starts half the remaining matches that he's available for. You have Arango, right? So that's there's not a huge drop off in terms of production if Arango's hot, and then come playoffs, you have a fresh Gareth Bale who's had his minutes, and now you have a super sub off the bench.
My thing is that Gareth Bale did not agree to come to LAFC without having long, extensive discussions with Steve Cherundolo and that coaching staff about the build up to the World Cup. Like, let's not get it twisted. Like, it's exciting he's at LAFC. I'm so glad he made that decision. It's a wonderful league, and all of us who like to watch it, and blah blah blah. But like, Gareth Bale he wants to perform at his very, very best in Qatar for Wales in a historic moment in his career for his country as well. And that might actually be in some ways a priority. So I don't expect this is not going to be like, saddle up and ride, Gareth. Like every minute you play, you're going to be on the field. No, he hasn't been playing. There is going to be like a very clear, planned sports science buildup and minutes sort of like and monitoring of the body to make sure that he is healthy and peaking in November and December. Now, that's also a good thing for LAFC, by the way, because we just talked about it. And Tom, I want you to chime in next on what's going on with them as far as transfers, because there is a lot on the table here. Could they move Arango? Could they move others? Will they? But like, they don't need him to be an every game starter. If you have Arango, we talk about Brian Rodriguez, they have an open DP spot. They're talking about maybe a number 9 there. Like, it's an interesting time mid-season to be shuffling this much with a team that was already at the top of the supporters shield. And you're right, Charlie, by making these moves, MLS Cup or bust, man. It's not.
Yep.
It's not like, hey,
Absolutely.
cool, you guys made a conference final. Dope. Like, no,
that's not good enough.
They need to win it. They need to win. What's going on behind the scenes, Tom? Like, could we see more moves for LAFC?
Absolutely. And we already kind of saw it with Daniil Henry being waived. I didn't know if they were going to trade one of their center backs. They solved that problem kind of before the window opened there. I mean, I still might pick up the phone if I was a team in need of a center back to see, hey, is Sebastian Ibeagha available? I've been saying this for weeks, and honestly, even before the Gareth Bale news, like, teams around the league should be calling about Danny Muscovski. I can say that they have been calling about Danny Muscovski. Nothing like serious or advanced or anything, but like, they with these guys coming in and the minutes they're going to take and the roster spots they're going to take, like, just it's like a simple numbers game that you have to have some outgoings. And again, I would be like, again, it depends on what price LAFC put on Muscovski. I'm sure that would be, they wouldn't let him go for cheap, but like, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of teams calling. Michele Giannone was the first to report to you, Deanna, that they're listening to offers for Chicho Arango. Taylor Twellman also said that too. So like,
how much would it take? Chicho Arango, to me, if you wanted to get Chicho Arango right now from the LAFC, if I am Thorrington, I'd be telling you're going to set a new transfer record in MLS.
For me,
you see what Paul Arriola cost? Price on the street's higher, man. Like, you better bring like 2.5 minimum.
If I was LAFC, I'd be calling Brazilian clubs, Argentine clubs, the best clubs in Colombia. Like, I'm not sure my appetite would be to trade him within the league. They paid just under $3 million for him, and I can't imagine his value's gone down. Like, I don't know. I think it'd be difficult to get the same value in terms of intra MLS, and it would be pretty, I guess, unfortunate if he went and continued banging goals somewhere else. And so I don't know. I mean, for me, like, again, nothing's decided or nothing's set. Like, I know this is an easy take and something that a lot of people have said. I just keep Cucho Hernandez. Like you said, Wiebe, there's a lot ins and outs right now for a team that was already top of the league. I respect the ambition, but I'm not sure how much it makes sense. Like again, if you sign a DP forward, like if he scores as many goals and plays and fits as well as Cucho Hernandez did, like that's a job well done. So like I'm not sure what the like benefit is of risking upsetting this and like risking swinging and missing. And again, with that DP spot, they need to have, like, if they sign a DP and they want to keep Gareth Bale past next season, they need to have a DP spot open. And if the likelihood maybe Brian Rodriguez could go, like he's pretty much had a foot out the door in terms of looking at Europe for the last 3 years or 2 years, whatever it's been, then that DP spot would have to be a young DP for them to have all 3 U22 initiative slots. So I don't know. I think that I respect the ambition that they're trying to, and they're trying to screw it. We're going to get the best team that we can and give ourselves the best chance to win all these trophies. But I'm not sure how big of a need there is.
Where do you think they need to improve, Sash? If you watched them last night and you're saying, man, LAFC have Brian Rodriguez, who could come off the bench. You got Cucho Hernandez, who possibly is going to come off the bench. You got a Poku, who's also been
really
good. Who
good.
could come off and change the
Poku's
game, right? And then you throw in Gareth Bale. You have Carlos Vela. Ilie Sanchez, I think, has been really good for them. I think he brings that balance to that midfield, which they didn't have, I think, since Atuesta left. So if you were, and Cifuentes has been good this year. So if you're looking at this group, you just brought in Chiellini. You saw Crepeau. He's been big for them this year. What a game changer. I don't think he gets enough credit for what he's brought to this team. Where do you improve? Where is the weak spot if you have this DP spot too?
Well, for me, their weakest spot is central defender, and I don't think they're going to go out and use a DP spot on a central defender. I don't think that's wise to bring in a central defender now who's from outside the league. But for me, yeah, that's their biggest weak spot. We want to, when we play against them, is attack their center backs. I don't think they have any center back that stands out. I think they have a few that are okay. It will be interesting to see how Chiellini comes along within the team. Like, does he become a locked-on starter immediately? Is he more of like a mentor role model guy? And you usually don't sub in center backs into games.
Mm-hmm.
So that for me is their weak spot. I don't see them using or bringing anyone in because they have a lot of center backs on their roster already. So that's it for me. But for the rest, like you said, very talented team. They're at the top of the table for a reason. They are a good team. Cifuentes has been fantastic. He's turning into a really, really good player. So it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle for us to play against them again. I hope we meet them in the playoffs because I do think that they have a little bit of fear of us, and I think that we enjoy playing against them in big games. So I hope we get a El Tráfico in the playoffs.
Zlatan did a number on them. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, that was the psychological. He kind of twisted him up early, and it's hard to untangle that mess. By the way,
Sasha, if we were at a press conference right now, I'd be furiously typing out that quote. I'd be like, "Oh my God, this is a great quote. Need to get it out."
Yeah, listen, I'm an honest guy. I think I've shown them a lot of respect, and I've also explained where I think their weakness is. It's no secret. I think most teams around the league who are watching the game from a tactical perspective and from a personnel perspective would say the same things that I'm saying. So I
was talking about the scared quote.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe it's bulletin board material too, but I don't think anyone needs it for these El Tráficos. You don't need to watch hype videos to get you ready for those games. These games.
I was just saying it's good content.
It is. It's been special every time we've played each other, though. So yeah, we'll see.
We can all pray for that playoffs. Just Heineken Rivalry Week, great, love it. Friday night, for bragging rights, let's do it for what we're talking about, Chuck. LAFC got to win it. They've had the monkey on their back. It's in the playoffs. Let's see if they can do it against that Galaxy team. That's what I want to see. STK counter. It's counter, but he says it was taken. A lot of counter, I'm sure, taken on Twitter for the gamers in that sense. Finlay M10, come on, Seattle. You're a couple hours late, buddy. You're a couple hours late, and the result didn't go. Just don't look at the scoreboard. Do not look at the scoreboard. By the way, Dallas, Houston right now. We got the players running out for the opening anthem. Orlando, Miami, which we were going to watch together. I continue to see insane downpour. I cannot see a world in which that game is played anytime soon at this point. I guess they could play it in the downpour, but it looks like there is still lightning as well around the league. Austin 3-0, working them over. I want to hit a comment from It's Jacob before we talk more about Houston, Dallas when this game starts. What do you guys think of Luquinhas? I'll throw that to you, Sacha, as a former Red Bull number 10. Seems like they've been searching for this player, and he fits what they want to do, and also has the quality to make plays in the final third.
Yeah, I think since Kaku left the Red Bulls, they've kind of had that lull in the number 10 position that they've been searching for. And, a lot of credit to the scouting team at New York Red Bulls for finding Luquinhas, because I think he was playing in Poland before, if I'm not mistaken. Right. And, obviously not a big league in Europe, but bringing him in, I think everyone probably had some questions, spending a couple $1 million on a guy that no one's really heard of, but he has been fantastic and he's been very good. He's scored some good goals. His work on and off the ball, the amount of ground that he's covering fits perfectly into this Red Bull team. So like I said, credit to the scouting department for bringing him in and to Struber for fitting him into the team, into this kind of formation that he's been playing that gives him a little bit of freedom to make some plays in the final third. And he's been very good.
I want to shout out Ralph Wiggum, who's just going off in the YouTube live chat right now. Ralph picking his nose at the same time. Probably if I know Ralph. He said, "Can this be said?" And I love the golf narrative. The media says when Vela came, they said he didn't love the game. Broke MLS's all-time scoring record. Bale will prove the golf buffoons wrong. I am not a buffoon, Ralph.
I feel
I
pretty.
do have a hobby, but I'm not a buffoon.
The whole golf narrative is so silly to me. Like, I don't know. It's just like, I think John Thornton said it best. It's like, yeah, like you can also like to golf and like care more about winning.
Nobody's talking about the NHL players that do it. About Seth Curry and his clubs regrip during the playoffs. Nobody's talking about that. It doesn't matter if you perform. It does not matter. But it is fun for people to point at.
I just
Cincinnati
think it's lazy
is
and boring.
Oh,
they scored.
What happened?
No, it's a replay.
It did score.
It's a joke. Charlie's getting fooled by replays. We can look at the Brandon Vasquez goal for you, Charlie. This did happen. It is a replay, so don't get too excited. But Brandon
the
Vasquez
box is like this big. So.
We do have like 8 games up.
Yeah, it's hard to follow. Brandon Vasquez this year.
Charlie,
you had I don't know.
Oh, it is not live.
Nice. Charlie,
okay.
Have you changed? This goal won't change it for you.
Mm-hmm.
I still think Vasquez, I would have liked him to at least just get a look before the World Cup, but maybe he will. You've said you don't quite yet see USMNT in him. Are you still holding that opinion?
I said I don't see World Cup USMNT.
Ah, okay.
So there's a difference because deserving a chance is one thing. Going into a team that for the most part has been solidified, still a couple question marks, jumping right in with your first introduction to the U.S. men's national team into a World Cup, I don't see it right now. But that's not to say that he can't develop into that player. Now, January camps is typically where a player who has had a stellar U.S. men's MLS season and has been consistent, you get your opportunity there. That's always been the first step. Unfortunately, you don't have that for this type of rush moment where you have a couple games left in September and then it's straight to World Cup. Now, I would say that he will get a chance probably at that camp if he continues to produce at this rate, and the other guys who are ahead of him, and there are a few of them, Ricardo Pepi, you look at what Jesus Ferreira has already done.
Jesus in this Dallas game as well.
So I would say if those players drop in their production and in their form, and he continues, then he's most likely going to get a look. And then you also have to look at Jordan Pefok. He was great in Switzerland, but didn't really take his opportunity with the U.S. and didn't really fit into that system. You have to play to him, for him, in order for him to succeed. And he's a very kind of one-dimensional striker. Now, if he goes to the Bundesliga and continues on that tear, he's going to be back in the picture. That there's no doubt. because no one has really grabbed that center forward position for the U.S. men's national team and said, it's mine. You guys have to wrestle it off of me because I'm not dropping in form. Now, Jesus Ferreira, he continues to do well in MLS. But we're all, most people around the U.S. men's national team supporters are like, oh, I'm still not convinced yet, because you really hadn't seen it yet. When you're playing against Morocco and Uruguay, there's nothing that said, that's our guy for a World Cup. But there's still a lot of time left.
Charlie, you saying you don't see Greg Berhalter just bringing in a random hot striker at the end because he's been like so consistent with the guys he's called in? Because remember in 2010, when you couldn't go, Bob brought Herculez Gomez, Edson Buttle, and Robbie Finley, who all had not really played any part in qualifying for our team, because I think
they were just hot as
they were.
And that was a 23-man roster, not even a 26-man roster.
26. So it's like, I don't know what Greg Berhalter is thinking, but you have like Vasquez. Imagine if Vasquez and Ebo Bise both finished the year on 20 goals. Like,
they're going to the camp.
You go to the camp,
but that's 20 goals.
Or they're going to the World Cup. Well, they're halfway there. They're almost.
Show us the Abobasi goal, Anders. Give us the Abobasi goal. We have this conversation.
It's a really interesting thing to think about. What I really wanted to see in the last. Okay, let's watch the Abobasi goal.
I have not seen this yet.
That's a good finish.
That's a forward.
Why did Portland play him as a center forward, man?
Good,
I don't understand.
Good movement.
Good movement.
It's good positioning.
Good
right here
touch.
off that defender, right in off the back shoulder. Good spot. He's onside, and it's a great finish.
So my question was or my comment is, if Greg Berhalter wasn't going to bring in a new striker, like one of these young guys who's playing in MLS, I would have loved to see him play against like Morocco or Uruguay with Pulisic as the 9, and play with, or Tim Weah as the 9.
I would have liked to see Tim there.
And with Pulisic, and then if you get Reyna on the field and Aronson on the field, that you don't have a striker who's holding down the job, then just put your 3 best attackers on the field and let them be creative.
I've been saying that, and I think from what I've heard is Tim Weah is not good enough with his back to goal to play in that position. But then
he's been so good on the wing. So like, do you want to take that away? It's tough.
But then I'd argue, has Jesus Ferreira been that good with his back to goal? I mean, yes, he does check into space, but if a defender's on his back, he hasn't excelled. He loses most aerial duels. He hasn't shown an ability to bring the ball down with pressure on his back. So if you can't do that, then I'd say, why not put a Tim Weah there or a Christian Pulisic and just have them continue to run those channels and find those spaces? You could offset a lot of defenses with the unbalancing of the center backs, drawing them out and playing in that manner. Gio Reyna, that's going to be an interesting one, because if he gets fit and he's playing in the Bundesliga, and let's say Timothy Weah is the same thing, playing in Liga, and Brandon Aronson is balling in, it's an embarrassment of riches, right? It's what you want as a coach.
Yeah.
But finding the right guys who should be in the lineup, who work well together, that's going to be really difficult.
The good thing is that most of those guys seem like they have a pretty good mentality, and if one of them, which it's going to be, is going to have to end up being the super sub who can make the difference, like these young fit guys in a super hot World Cup, like I like our chances with some of these guys coming off the bench as well. And then Yunus Musa is still my favorite player on the national team right now, so this guy has been so fun to watch.
We'll be back in September. We're doing watch-alongs for every single one of the U.S. and Canada games. We're doing them through the World Cup. So if you're watching us right now or YouTube Live, you're enjoying this conversation, and you want to do it when, let's just say there's a level of anxiety, nervousness, stakes at an incredibly high level, you just wait till Qatar. September friendly is going to be a good warm-up for that as well. What's up, chat? I've been listening here. Jesse Bertram, I see you with us. What's up? Kevin Agate wants the Chicago goal put up, Anders. So I've been told that the chat is our overlords, Anders. He says he's working on it, Kevin. So be ready for that. Mr. Lucas, what's up? Brazil. Yeah, I feel you. We're talking about maybe that's why he's here. Lance Woods agrees with you, Charlie. Weah deceptively hold up play. Kevin, we got you, man. I get it. Morgan Tenza asked, does the fact that Adams and Aronson will be playing together at the club level change anything about the lineup or anything otherwise? Sasha, what do you think about those two guys with Jesse? And then we'll get back to Houston, Dallas, by the way, which is kicked off on ESPN Plus. We're on Ache Watch.
I'm really interested to see where tactically Brendan Aronson is going to line up and what kind of formation Jesse Marsch is going to play at Leeds. Like Jesse's been pretty flexible in playing different formations, always, with the idea and the principles of pressing and counter pressing and winning the ball back as high as possible and playing at a fast pace. But he's played a 4-2-2-2. He's played a 4-4-2 diamond. We played a 4-2-3-1 in New York for a long time. So I'm very interested to see, because I've heard Brandon Aronson talk a little bit too and say he kind of sees himself as an 8 at the next level. Mm-hmm. And Greg Berhalter played him there in the last camp. I think he's still been very good on the wing. So I can't wait to watch this whole first half of the Premier League season and see where Brendan Aronson plays. I think if he plays a lot as an 8, that gives the U.S. another option in that spot. I think the U.S.'s best midfield is Adams, McKinney, and Musa, which kind of maybe gives you a starting spot on one wing for Brendan Aronson, or he's that really super sub off the bench.
By the way, Houston-Dallas has kicked off here. So ESPN Plus for you out there. Let's jump back to a question we had. Ache comes in, but Dynamo in general. I was doing all my best 11s of all time, and this is strictly on paper. And a bunch of Houston fans wanted me to put Houston there, the back-to-back winning teams, and they weren't there for me there. And Houston's trying to sort of restart. Pat Onstad in, now Ache, of course, Paulo Nagamura as head coach. Charlie, what chance they have of making the playoffs? And if they don't this year, what's a successful season for Houston? What will bring the offseason thinking, okay, we're building something, which it just hasn't felt like they've been doing for a good bit now.
One, I think they can get into the playoffs, but it's not going to be easy. I think success is just getting to the 8th spot, so just missing on the playoffs, because are they better than LAFC, Austin, RSL? I mean, RSL has been an enigma for me because I can't figure it out. I don't know, Sacha, if you have some words around RSL and how they've been able to be, continue to rack up these wins and results, because they're 3rd in the West. I think by the end of the season, they're in the 6-7 spot, not in the 3-4 spot, but they're not better than you guys. And
let them know, Salt Lake
not
fans.
better
Let them know.
than Minnesota and Nashville. And we all hear about, hey, Seattle, they're a sleeping giant. We know what they're going to turn on at some point. Portland, they get the big 3 points today, but they've been so inconsistent. I think they're better than Vancouver. So if they finish 8th, I think that's a commendable season considering where they are. It's a process. And I would say that if they don't make the playoffs, which I don't think they're going to make the playoffs this year, as long as they're in that 8-9 spot, you're seeing progress, and it's about next year. Getting a full preseason with Ache, Hector Herrera, letting him get used to his teammates, the tendencies, bringing in some new players. That's where I think Houston, yes, some, and they have some. I think next year will be a good sign to see where they are realistically.
All right, Kevin, we got your Chicago goal. You begged, you pleaded, you blew up the YouTube chat. I begged and pleaded to Anders. We've got your goal here. Chicago currently up 1-0 on Columbus. Nice header, Rafael Chihus.
That's a good ball in.
That was going to be
in. Mueller.
Oh, my boy Mueller.
God, Orlando, shout out, baby.
That's a good ball.
Purple Hearts.
I got a Purple Heart for Anderlecht, but not for those guys.
Okay, for you, Tom, we have a question from Ian XY007. The 007's easy right there. Twitch, man, it's a tough one sometimes. What signing do the Red Bulls need to make MLS Cup contenders? Like, what do they need to do, or are they going to do it?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, it's center forward. They have
yeah, that's easy.
Best 11 elite talent at goalkeeper, at center back. Luquinhas has been legit, and like their ceiling got raised when he showed that how good of a signing he was.
Lewis Morgan.
Yeah,
he's been like absolutely balling.
Bro, I'm starting with just like the pillars of like what you need at the top end. I think he's a really, really good player, but I'm starting with like Aaron Long, Carlos Coronel, Luquinhas. You add a center forward like to like raise that group, somebody that's consistent. It doesn't even necessarily need to be like a best 11 type talent, but just an improvement on what they have, a consistent player, somebody like Chico Arango, that would take them into like I'd put them in the group somewhere around like the Philly, NYCFC, Revs. Like Sasha, I agree with you that NYCFC are the class of the East, but there's a couple asterisks with Ronnie Dyla leaving, my assumption of Tati Castellanos leaving, and like I don't know how you replace him, particularly without a TP spot. So like there are a lot of, I think, good teams at the top that have flaws. So the Red Bulls should and could absolutely be in that top tier.
We have a bunch of people in the comments asking about Tati. We've been talking about Tati forever. It feels like it is inevitable, and yet the inevitability just hasn't happened. Tati had some very pointed comments to Michele Giannone at Tudiene. He said publicly, like, this is the window, guys. Like, I want to move. It's time. I've done everything I can in MLS. I won MLS Cup. I won the Golden Boot. You know, I'm in MVP consideration. I'm right there again this year. 15 million at his age profile, his performance profile,
Bargain.
his level of dog, because he is a dog. It frustrates me that somebody hasn't pulled that trigger, Tom. What is going on? Yeah, Omar 74-12. Messi's better. Yeah. Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud.
Tati covers more ground.
Hey, Charlotte up. Another one.
Yeah, 2-0.
Chicago just scored too. Chris Mueller scored.
Your boy Mueller.
I know. I knew because I got the Caleb Porter bench shot.
Yeah, I saw that.
I turned my head. I got the Caleb Porter frustration shot. I was like, oh, must be 2-0.
Yeah, so with Tati, I'm with you guys. And again, I know I sound biased because I watch the league every weekend. Like we've been watching Tati grow and to what he is. Like I think he's a really, really good player. And I think that he's somebody like crucially, I think he'll get better with better players around him. Like he's one of those guys who fits in really well. Like I don't think that he should, like when they were talking about Leeds maybe trying to sign him, like he can't really be your like number one, he's going to score 15 to 18 goals in the Premier League type of guy. But like putting him as like a second fiddle or as like, I don't even know, glorified role player, maybe you could say, like, I think that 15 million US is like eminently reasonable, if not a bargain, like Charlie said. The plan, the promise, like they rejected a 4 million bid from Palmeiras at the beginning of 2021. He wanted to go. He thought it was time. They said, just stay here. We think you're going to have a big year. And we'll give you a new little contract and we'll move you on in the winter. So the plan was for him to be gone 6-7 months ago. And that never materialized. He got on like a consummate professional. I don't think we've talked enough about that. He hasn't pouted publicly. These are kind of the first comments that we're really seeing from him about, hey, it's my time to go. And even still, he played really well today while he was talking to Michele both before the game and after the game. And then he goes out and performs really well. So I think that that's a part that we're not talking about enough. I know in the winter, Burnley were the English team that were most actually seriously interested. No, but they didn't. And like they're in the championship now. But this is that's just context.
A B
for
team in the championship. Who'd have thought?
He needs to be in La Liga or Serie A.
No, you know where he needs to go? He needs to go to Ajax for 15 million, and he will go play 2 seasons there and score 25 goals a season, and then he moves on.
So this is my proposal right now. If the bids aren't coming, City Football Group needs to do what Arsenal did for Colorado, their same ownership, and they bought Austin Trusty, and now they're going to loan him somewhere else in Europe. City Football Group has to just buy Tati Castellanos from NYCFC and loan him somewhere. Feyenoord is a place that likes him. They're not spending $15 million on
Jack
a
Harrison,
23-year-old striker from MLS.
Harrison.
And City Football Group did this with Jack Harrison. Like, I think that that's how this should get resolved. I don't know if it's going to, but like, I think that if he goes to Europe on loan somewhere, it's like teams are going to make it really obvious that, oh yeah, he's worth it. And then I don't know. I think that they need to do right by him and get him.
He would absolutely destroy the Eredivisie.
Yeah, Feyenoord would be such a great move. But again, they're not spending $15 million to buy him.
No.
So City Football Group has to step in and loan him.
Well, in the defense to Ajax, right? They just sold Sebastian Haller. And I remember before that, they were talking about Pepe. I'm like, Pepe's not going to play over Sebastian Haller. Are you out of your mind? So if he moves to Dortmund, there is space. Yeah. They do have that money. They have 15 million.
They have Brian Bobby.
But he's supposed to be leaving as well.
I don't. They signed Ten Hag apparently asked for him.
They signed Steven Bergwijn recently too. They spent 30 million to bring him back from Tottenham.
Yeah. But not
like an out and out striker. Yeah, I know. I would say I have a lot of respect for Tati Castellanos because he has just been so good. And like you said, he hasn't talked about this publicly. It seems like his mentality has been great. He's one of those strikers that I love to play with. That was like Bradley Wright Phillips. That was just thinking about goals all game long. Goals, goals, goals. Nothing else in the game mattered but putting yourself in good positions to score. And he's been so good. And I understand he probably has a lot of frustration because I went through this when I played for Chivas. after my third season or so, I was ready to move to Europe, and I was priced out of a move, and they asked way too much money, and it boiled over for me. It boiled over, and I became so frustrated that I lost focus on myself and my career for a few months there. And it's been pretty fantastic to see his mentality has stayed really strong.
Do you have any good stories from training in which you were acting out, hoping to get a move? Because I've heard of, I'm not going to name the player, there was a player who was transferred within the last year or two who I was told the club tried to block it, and then he went to training, and in the first session, he picked up the ball with his hands and punted it as far as he could and then walked off the field. Like, do you have any stories like that?
No, I was never that bad of a guy. I mean, like, I could, that just cringes making me think about having to do that in order to force a move. I just love.
You have seen it though, I'm sure.
You see it though. There are guys that, you know, and because money becomes involved, and this is life-changing money for some guys who maybe come from absolutely nothing. And so you start messing with that, and that starts messing with them, and it becomes a fiasco. But no, I could never do that. I love the game too much, and I love playing too much that I was never going to risk anything of not being in the 11 on the weekend.
One of the cardinal rules of life: don't
Charlotte,
don't somebody else's money. It's generally not going to work out that well for you. By the way, on the Twitter and the Twitch stream is right. Houston absolutely sticking it to Dallas right now. So watch that one. That's a Heineken Rivalry week for you. I'm enjoying an icy cold Heineken myself right now. We've also got RSL Colorado coming up, Orlando, Miami. It's not raining anymore. It's not. I will say that. We no longer,
Andrew Weatherman Wiebe,
as far as I can tell, have the signs up around the stadium advising people to take shelter immediately. So that we have a question. I have to scroll back in the chat here. A bunch of Lance Woods, Yankee Mojo, a bunch of folks here asking about Lee and Tati. Don't. That's not happening, folks. Don't get too far down that path.
I would say, Tommy Scoops, that I've been in some situations where my teammates are trying to force moves. They would disappear. I had a teammate disappear for a whole week and show up the day before the game.
Did he play?
And he played.
Did he get selected?
And he played. But we had that. We've had coaches be like, "Hey, where's so-and-so?" No one knows. Gone. Off the grid. Can't call him. Can't reach him. The whole team.
It's the shows up, routine. Forcing
his move. And he got his move. It ended up working.
And he got to play too.
Because he's like, you know what? If you guys aren't going to sell me and I'm trying to leave, well, I'm not going to do a thing. I'm not going to show up to anything. I'm going to be the worst teammate I can possibly be, thinking that you have to sell him. And I think the reality is in Major League Soccer, they don't have to. They can say, sure, do it. But in Europe, a lot of the cases are like, okay, we have to get some sort of investment, because if this is a big time player who's important to us, we can't, in a lot of cases, unless you're a massive club, deal with that. So they end up caving. And I've seen that happen a lot of times. So, you know, there have been a few cases where guys pick up the ball, throw the water bottles, start fights on purpose in training, trying to be
Heard that one too.
just super agitated, almost to the point where they come in with this face and you know they're looking for someone to say something and no one says anything. They're looking for that one person to say something so they can just erupt and everyone sees it, and you go, you just look the other way. You just say, today, I'm not saying a word to that man.
By the way, we talked about 15 million as a bargain, perhaps for Tati. I mean, look, somebody's got to pay it before it happens. I'm Eric Wilfred's talking about a true bargain. I think you saw Luca Del Torre go for 2 million for Celta Vigo. Sasha, and I'm Eric. What's your thoughts on that move for Luca Del Torre?
Seems like a good transfer. I think he's really come along this past season, even with the national team, and turned into quite a useful and tidy player who can actually run with the ball through midfield. So he's good. It would be interesting to see him play in La Liga and see what his level is like on a obviously much stronger league than the Eredivisie. But 2 million seems pretty fair. His team got relegated, and you know, they needed to shed him and try to earn some money to be able to spend on some other players. So seems like a good move to me. I'll be very interested to watch him play.
Does he remind you of anybody from our generation? Could you compare? Is there a player that I see a little bit of him in there?
I see a little bit of myself in him. I mean, he's kind of like, he's technically very good, you know, can run a lot, you know, isn't the fastest, isn't the strongest, but knows how to play the game. And so I see myself a little bit in there. He's kind of tall and skinny also. He's a good player.
Nashville just scored. Brian Cordova, I both love you and hate you. We'll get to you in just a second. Let's watch these Charlotte goals. They're up 2-1 right now because Nashville just pull one back. But man, Charlotte expansion team.
KC.
I'm one of those people that love soccer, but I love drama just as much, which is the NBA is a wonderful league because of that. The basketball top level, but also the interpersonal stuff is goes above and beyond. And Charlotte's done a good bit of that this year. And sort of the back and forth of their coach and the transfers and then him getting let go and now moving on. But they're up 2-1 right now. We have a red card in Cincy. It says Yankee Mojo, which Alan Cruz picked up the red. Cincy going to go down a man. This is an epic celebration. Swiderski.
I got to say, Charlotte has been pretty interesting. They've gotten more wins than I expected them to when I saw the roster build at the beginning of the season. And then the other team is Montreal, who's now losing at home to KC. They've had a weird season. They've had some really big wins. They've had some pretty bad losses. They lose to Toronto 4-0. They come to us, they lose 4-0. But tactically, they look pretty interesting and they play pretty well, but they're shipping so many goals. Like they've given up like 35 goals already, which is not a recipe for success in our league, obviously.
Sports Card Direct, Charlotte, fun expansion team to watch. And I'll agree, man. I'll agree. Miguel Angel Ramirez he was pretty honest on what he thought the state of that roster was. And I applaud him for it. It just didn't work out for him. Abson Twitch, well, I wish MLS had a dedicated Hall of Fame because Matt Hedges, when of course we're watching Houston Dallas here as part of Heineken Rivalry Week, is a no-brainer for how long he's carried this FC Dallas backline. Hall of Fame durability in a league that has changed a lot since he started. I actually covered Matt Hedges being drafted by FC Dallas. I can remember being in the backside of an auditorium in might have been Indianapolis, somewhere cold and dreadful, because that's always where the coaches' convention is in January. And talking to Charles, and that was when George John sort of was going through his injury issues, and they were saying this guy's the successor to George John. What do you guys think about a MLS Hall of Fame? I'm on the National Soccer Hall of Fame, both the committee that puts up the people to be voted on, as well as the committee that votes on the player side, not on the veterans and the legends side.
Good flex.
I think we need to find a way to enshrine our history and celebrate our history more than we do. We just leave a lot of it just sort of like goes away and nobody thinks about it, talks about it, nobody celebrates it. I mean, I love that throwback that you had there, Charlie, even to Sacha, of like who in generation. We need more of that. We need to remind ourselves that it is really deep history. Do you like an MLS Hall of Fame? Do you think it's a good idea?
I love it. I love
it too.
I love the league. I've been watching since '96. I loved all the old guys. Preki, Echeverri, Valderrama. Those were the guys that I so looked up to. Peter Novak. And then when I got to play with a bunch of these guys too, at the end of their careers, the beginning of my careers, that they're Roy legends. Lassiter. Yeah, legends of MLS. Like we all had our guys, right? Charlie probably had all the strikers. Roy Lassiter.
Oh, yeah.
Lassiter's a great shout because Lassiter's probably not likely to get a ton of recognition outside, but in the MLS Hall of Fame, all of a sudden, those are the guys that you can start pull in. Like Ben Olsen's a good example. We were talking about him. Mm-hmm. He's probably not going to make National Soccer Hall of Fame. He doesn't have the USMNT resume, and there's just such a backlog of people that need to get in first. But if you have an MLS Hall of Fame, it's a no-brainer.
These are all good points. Like the really one of the few good things that came from the league taking a break during at the beginning of the pandemic when everybody's really quarantining is that to fill content, everybody was kind of looking back, and that was like the first real comprehensive history that I got outside of like anecdotally from either talking to people or from my own memories of early childhood. Like I was born in '95. Like I don't have any memories of MLS until I was 10 or 12, and even at that, it was watching the Metro Stars or the Red Bulls play at a very empty MetLife. It was like right before they went to Red Bull Arena. So like learning more about like really how good like Chris Armas was and Ben Olsen was and Jim Curtin, like these guys who were coaches that you knew played and you knew that they were pretty good. But like I didn't, have any firsthand knowledge of 96 to 2008 or whatever it was. So like, I think you're right, Wiebe. We do need to do better at enshrining our own history. And like the NBA does that better than any other league. Like I think that the average NBA fan knows a ton about the 70s, 80s, 90s because that league is so good at promoting that and keeping that relevant and fresh and keeping their stars of the past relevant in the game today. So I think that that's definitely something MLS hopefully will continue
you see
to do
those
more.
guys front and center, and we're starting to see more of that, I think, on coaching staffs in this league. But I get encouraged by even the small things of like teams doing, hey, we're having the legends back in Columbus for this. We're going to get them on the field. We're going to remind you of all these guys that, that made the history of this club. God, we can't escape this history. Brian Cordova. Come on, man. You weren't here before, but he asked who was the better college team, Charlie's BC or Sacha's Seton Hall. We can't.
You already know.
Inescapable. And then this is a more interesting one. And is the college path a recommendation you would give to a young American player? You both have some young ballers with your last names who may or may not, TBD, you never know, have a decision to make when it comes to a soccer career. First of all, real talk, who was the better team, Sacha? BC or Seton Hall? Just complete realness.
That's tough to say. We played at BC. I think it was my sophomore year, which is Charlie's freshman year. We lost 2-0. But my freshman year, I think we beat BC. This was when Charlie was still.
It doesn't count if I'm not there. You out of your mind?
That's not my fault. I'm older than you, dude. All right, this is the Big East Player of the Year talking right now. Okay, Charlie.
Okay, I was Big East Rookie of the Year. I'll let your boy. No, but I will say I think every player is different. There are some late bloomers. You fall through the cracks. You end up going to college. You can still have a successful professional career going to college. I mean, look at some of the guys currently. Miles Robinson, he went to Syracuse. Tejan Buchanan went to Syracuse.
Matt Hedges. Sorry, Charlie. Yeah, Matt Hedges.
But I'm saying
put him in the Hall of Fame.
Generation
That man.
Of the younger guys right now.
No, he just scored.
Jack Harrison, right? Mark McKenzie. You can go down the line. Guys can still go to college and develop, especially, I know it's a little biased right now, but in the ACC, it's a very high level. The coaches have had an enormous amount of experience developing talent, and they make it super as competitive as it can be in college. So I give a ton of credit to these coaches who, the talent pool has dropped considerably for the American player. Most are going to academy and then going professional contracts. That didn't happen in our days. You had a few Project 40. You had a few who went to residency and then were taken to MLS directly out of high school. But for the most part, we had to go to college for a year or two. You're not getting that much anymore. So the college coaches adapted and they said, you know what? We'll go find some of the European guys who have fallen through the cracks, late developers, and bring them in. And a lot of these guys are like, hey, I can make it to MLS. So that has, I think, raised the level.
Even so, the college game is still not dead. Look at Ben Bender, who in Charlotte. He's right. I saw a comparison the other day that MLS put out between him and Thiago Almada, and that he's got 3 goals and 3 assists, and Almada's got 3 goals and 4 assists. And one was a free pick that you got from college, and one was what, $15 million?
16, yeah.
There are still players that come. Miles Robinson went from being in college to 3 years later being the best central defender on the U.S. national team and being the best player on Atlanta United. Like this guy's going to get paid fat soon.
We're talking about money. Tejan Buchanan comes.
Tejan Buchanan's huge. Like this guy.
LDK.
Yes, there's the college scouting still has to be there because there are still players that are late bloomers. Like myself, not Charlie as much, but still a little bit. That we needed those reps in college and we weren't ready. I look back and think, what if the Galaxy Academy existed today? I don't know if I was at 16 and 17 ready to be part of that academy and good enough to be part of that academy. But my development from 18 to 19 years old was huge. And I took huge steps during that time. And so the path is different for every player, like Charlie said.
LCMIC 966, are you not watching Fire Crew? Thank you, DJ Couch Guy 420, which, by the way, perfect Twitch name. For reminding him that it is halftime. We're watching. We watched the goals earlier together. We are watching. It's currently one period over at Chicago Field, but a big 2-0 lead right now for the Chicago Fire. Matt Hedges threw it all, man. Glancing header, got his goal, 8th of his career, I want to say. He's closing in on 300 regular season matches.
Can we show some goals from the Kansas City game? Because I just got a notification that Roger Espinoza scored a fantastic goal.
Yeah, he had a chip.
Yeah,
Nice
let's
chip.
get a little Romel, a little Roger, a little Remy Valter. Roger, another college guy. Roger, even a JUCO to college guy. Two paths.
Oh yeah.
So
Tom
Toronto
Dwyer
took
did the
lead.
same.
Justin Mears.
Toronto just scored.
That's a good opportunity to talk Toronto. By the way, we're in a water break, I believe, a hydration break for Houston, Dallas. When you're in Houston
Davies
in
loving it.
July and it's 8 p.m., it is still dang hot. Toronto, Mark Anthony K. Like, walk us through the price tag here for Mark Anthony K, Tom.
This is a player, and again, a lot of people are going to look at Alejandro Pozuelo for 150, Mark Anthony K for this big package. It's very different right off the bat. You don't have to have a DP spot for K, and K is under team control through 2026. He's viewed as, again, an elite MLSer, Canadian national team regular, and a key part of their World Cup qualifying. Colorado looked at him and said, Paul Arriola was $2 million. It's kind of a similar profile-ish, but the American version. He's a Canadian, like $2 million. That's the market. And there was enough teams calling that they were able to name that price, and Toronto felt compelled to hit it. Toronto doesn't have $2 million in GAM that they can trade, so Colorado we're kind of fine with that. It's an international slot, which for a full season goes for around 250,000 GAM. Toronto's first pick in the Super Draft, which could be pretty good. It can't be like, if they make the playoffs, they're going to be like mid-table. So it's going to be somewhere at worst, like 15th.
Auto betting on some calf tightness continuing for Lorenzo.
And Ralph Priso, who, the Rapids obviously value, Toronto values him too. Like, that deal wasn't getting done without a player like that. So they set the market at the Paul Arriola about 2 million GAM, which was the league record. And Toronto hit it. So I was surprised when I had first, I think Sportsnet or TSN first reported that Toronto were interested in Mark Anthony K. My first thought was like, there's no way that they have enough just in terms of assets and allocation money. So credit to them for getting it done. Credit to them for taking a big swing. I really, really like Ralph Priso, but one kind of weird thing that I've seen in people kind of responding to this deal and like having their take on who air quote won the trade or whatever, like there's been this weird kind of like revisionist history that like, people are like, oh, like, you had to put in $1 million GAM and Priso. He's like, I wouldn't do anything more than just Priso for K. And it's like, all right, like that's a little disrespectful to Mark Anthony K, who's an all-star, somebody who was just outside the best 11 in 2019, somebody who, again, is starting every game for the Canadian national team. Like, if Ralph Priso's career is what Mark Anthony K's is, that's a success. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. Yes, it was a steep price. Yes, Colorado got a really good deal, but like Toronto got a really good player.
Let's watch this Dallas goal as we continue discussing here. So, and on K, by the way, there are some coaching familiarity here. Came through Toronto Academy. Of course, Robin Fraser, very familiar on that side. Bob Bradley, probably the coach that got the absolute best out of Mark Anthony K and certainly helped usher him into the form that he's in now. Comes back to get him. That tells you a lot as well. Just posted up. Just a big man. The big man in the middle. Doesn't even have to really jump much here. Just gets his position, flicks it over. Big goal for Dallas in the playoffs. Now, Houston are not. Dallas up on the road. Wow, just saw another flash of lightning in Orlando, by the way, out of the corner of my eye. Sasha, it's not just Mark Anthony K. It's Lorenzo Insigne. It's Federico Bernardeschi. It's Bob putting a stamp on this thing, man. What do you think of what's going on in Toronto?
Well, I think he's recognized that the team as it stands yesterday was not good enough and that he needed to make some upgrades. I really like the Mark Anthony K move. I think Michael Bradley has got to be really happy with that move also. It gets an experienced midfielder who's still in his prime that can run a lot and cover a lot of ground. Obviously, Michael's not covering as much ground at a fast pace as he usually did in the past few years as he's getting older. So, as you look at the midfield now, Mark Anthony K, Michael Bradley, and Osorio, that's a pretty good three-man midfield if they want to play the way that Bob Bradley wants to play, like those LAFC teams did, a little bit like Liverpool plays.
They absolutely do want to play that way.
Yeah, that's obvious. That's Bob's MO, and I like it, and he's going for it, and he's building, I think, the team and trying to build the midfield that can do it. So I really like the move. Okay, yes, it's expensive, but Mark Anthony K is a known commodity in MLS and is a very good midfielder. So I like the move. We'll see if Insigne can be like what Giovinco can be like, That's the question. You're spending
That's a high bar.
High bar, yeah. And you're spending what, double the price as well in salary. So it'll be interesting to see. The biggest question mark still, I think, stands at center back for their team as well. Shane O'Neill was brought in as supposed to be a big free agent signing for them and hasn't started a lot of games. I think he needs to establish himself if that team wants to have a chance, because I think that's been a big question mark for them. Salcido was brought in and has not been good, in my opinion.
No.
Well, Tom, what do you know on the Salcedo one? Because that felt a little funny from the jump.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just how they were going to be able to get him to get out of Jefferson Soteldo. So their entire offseason and then to now, it's been almost all about how do we get rid of as many bad decisions from the previous regime as we can. I liked the idea of Carlos Salcedo. This is a in-prime Mexican international. He was good with Tigres. He was, good, or I don't know. I don't remember watching a ton of him in Europe, but he's somebody who played for Fiorentina and Frankfurt. That's a good pedigree, good age profile. I thought that the salary was going to be maxed or like that, able to be bought down with TAM. So when that was a full DP and you couldn't buy him down, I liked it less. Watching him play the first half of the season, I liked it a lot less. I understood the thought process, but yeah, now it's the same thing with like they got out of Pozuelo. I think that they're gonna do everything they possibly can to get out of Salcedo. There's been some stuff off the field in which he's had to go back to Mexico to deal with the family thing. So I'm sure that he would like to be back in Mexico. I gotta imagine that you're not gonna get, I'm sure, a ton of value for him, but I'd imagine that there's a pretty good market for him in Mexico. So if they're able to get off of that deal and open a DP spot, then, I'm not sure that they'd use it on a center back again. But I think that, like, again, that's just another big swing that this team can take. And their current DP, Lorenzo Insigne, is, a hugely ambitious signing of, all the great things we said. They're very close to signing Fernando Bernardeschi, who's also Italian international in his prime, formerly of Juventus. So if that's the bar in terms of their DP spot, you'd imagine that they're shooting for that again with that third one if they get it open.
Where's the Galaxy's big signing? Come on, where?
Sitting right in front of you, man.
Yeah, okay, let's go.
Kevin Negante doing some YouTube comment section reporting. That's my second most preferred spot. Third, Tom, and then Instagram, and of course YouTube Live. Says Juarez FC is in for him. And at this point for Toronto, they just going to dump him. They gotta move him. They got to move him. It is not working at all. Lance Woods. Speaking of that, it's not going to happen. Taylor Twellman floated LA Galaxy for Jesse Lingard, then unfloated them. Drew that one right back in. No DP spots for the Galaxy anyway right now. Any potential Jesse Lingard transfer? Is this just cap? Is this agent work, Tom, or is there something real here?
I don't know, man. I can imagine why clubs would want to. The headlines definitely, I've turned further since we talked about this on ETR on Thursday. Like, I don't doubt the reporting and the interest. It's just, I don't know, when push comes to shove, is this hey, Everton, West Ham, we're really thinking about MLS. I'm in America right now. Like, you better, if you don't up your offer, I'm going to do it. I might do it. So I don't know. I still think the most likely scenario is that he signs with West Ham or Everton, but I think it'd be churlish and pretty cynical of me to say that there's no chance.
By the way, Sasha's going to have to leave us here in a little, folks. So if you're in the comment section, you're holding on to a question for Sasha, you have something from his career.
He's going to STK Steakhouse. Like,
go now. Was that? It's date night for Sasha.
Messages in.
We just got to live vicariously
Geisha
through him.
House.
All of our wives. Tom, are you engaged? Did I see that correctly, or am I putting undue pressure on you? Okay.
I have a serious girlfriend though, so
putting undue pressure on this man. The rest of our wives are like, "Come on, I was trying to go out tonight."
Chuck, you want to hear a 2008 throwback?
Yes. From
the Olympics. You know who's training with Galaxy 2 right now to stay fit?
Ryan Babel.
Wow. That is a
I saw him put it on Instagram. I was asking people at the club. I was like, please tell me you're signing Ryan Babel. It was just like LOL.
But he was part of the Dutch national team literally within the last year. Like he's still got something, and it was just finished his contract at Galatasaray. And I think he's just, been out here on vacation and trying to stay fit and looking for his next team.
Is there any chance that he could sign with Galaxy if he is training well?
I don't know. Yeah, he's been training.
I could see him in MLS though. I could see him in MLS.
I could see it too. I mean, I think he's still got something.
3-2 Charlotte, by the way. Give me some Ryan Babel. Give me DJ Couch Guy, of course, at 420, lest I forget. A big Chicago Fire guy, I believe, and he wants to know about Gaga staying in Chicago or going international. Before the news side of it.
Ben Bender with a nice assist again.
Nice.
Yes.
Big Bender.
3-1. 3-1, huh?
3-1, yeah. So that takes it up to 3-4. That equals Thiago Almada. To go back to our previous conversation, on a free.
That's a pretty good rookie season already.
That's a good rookie season. That's a very good one. What have you thought of this whole Gaga thing, Sacha and Charlie? Because you're talking about college, not being ready, going through that. Like, this dude's 17. Think back to you being 17 and having, like, Real Madrid float through your head, Chelsea float through your head while you're a starting player in Major League Soccer. These are modern these are modern problems in American soccer that maybe weren't existing as often or if at all.
This is the dream world I lived in for my entire career, was being linked with Real Madrid. So, and I think his agent said, like, when Real Madrid comes calling, you can't say no. And that's the whole thing with all these young guys, is you get snapped up by the first big team that wants you for big money, and your salary gets multiplied by 5 or 10, and it's life-changing money. And you can't say no to these clubs. I would love to see him play in Chicago for 2 more whole seasons. And
oh my God. Sorry, Charlotte. Just what a golazo.
4-1.
Shinashiki. Oh wow. My God.
Great goal.
One of the best moves of the season so far, Andre Shinashiki.
He's been good. Looked like another assist by Bender too. This guy's sick, dude. He's tall and skinny and has long hair, and he's a rookie. It reminds me of somebody from 2006.
That is so Sash. SK16.
Good goal. Yeah, I'd love to see Slonina keep playing at Chicago, because he started really hot and the team started really hot. Now it's been a dip and he's made some mistakes, and he's got to learn. Like, goalies at that age, it's crazy that he's even starting. Like, most goalies don't hit their prime till they're 25, maybe even longer.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
It's like our version of Iker Casillas in terms of how young you're tasked with having this responsibility as the starting goalkeeper of your team. And Chicago Fire, it's not like they have the best back line either.
Think about Donnarumma.
Right. I mean, the most important thing for him is in his development is playing. But I know that there is the possibility. I know, Tommy, you talked about this, going to Chelsea, going to Madrid, going to one of these bigger clubs and getting loaned back to Chicago Fire. And maybe that's a 2-year loan deal.
2-year loan. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when Chelsea almost bought him in the winter, but the ownership situation got in flux, so that kind of went away. The talk was a 2-year loan back. I don't know about where it's at right now in terms of, and the news part of it is that there's been a verbal agreement in terms of around a 10 million-ish fee from Chelsea for Slonina. But Chicago are waiting to see if that verbal agreement will be held up, because Peter Cech, I guess, was the one that was doing a lot of the negotiating or the pushing for this from Chelsea, and he no longer works for Chelsea. So it's wait and see. Like, I think I first reported that Chelsea were most likely to sign him a month ago, 4 weeks ago. And I thought that it was close then. So, all of the transition in their front office, the fact that they're working on Raheem Sterling, Nathan Ake, that takes higher priority than an 18-year-old goalkeeper that you're probably going to loan away for a couple years. So hopefully we'll learn something soon. But yeah, he'll at least finish the season here.
By the way, Toronto up 2-1. Osorio with the goal. Jonathan Osorio is
made it 3-1.
Did they? Well, they're out of Jonathan Story's out of contract at the end of the year. But I saw Insigne up celebrating. Would just keep throwing it back to it.
30 minutes ago that goal happened.
Okay, cool. Thanks for being on top of that for me, Charlie. I appreciate you. DeAndre Kerr, though, toward the first Toronto. That's again a super draft.
That was a replay. I got Charlie Davies there. I thought that was live.
Yeah, Charlie. Mm-hmm. Usually in group parlance, the Wiebe is when something happens 30 minutes ago and you run in like it's like your hair's on fire. Oh my God, did you see that? And everybody's like, yeah, of course I saw that. It happened a long time ago. Don't worry about it. Watching Heineken Rivalry Week here. Sasha's gonna leave. He's got things to do, people to see. Dallas up 1-0. I have a strong feeling we're not going to see any game happen Central Florida today, Orlando, Miami. The weather is going to prevent us from getting that as well. Sergio Ruiz got his first goal as well just now for Charlotte in MLS. He was a guy that was buried under Miguel Angel Ramirez and has recently been playing a little bit. And begged and pleaded for SKC Montreal highlights, and we have now got them. So watch along with us here as we wait for RSL Colorado. So Romel Kyoto with the first. That's a very Romel Kyoto goal right there on the back post header. Good timing, good run. Lassi Lapalainen, you could spot him a mile away.
That's a great play by Lapalainen.
Mm-hmm.
Gets his defender off balance and then basically gives him a tap in at the back post.
I will say that a summer, if you're out there looking to fill like a bucket list of MLS venues and times of year to visit said venues, Montreal in the summer, that's a
goal.
That's
Roger.
about as good as it gets.
That's nice.
God, I love Roger.
Oh my God, good finish.
How is he even in that position? We will update you, by the way, on Orlando, Miami. No idea what's going to happen. Complete conjecture on my part. I just keep seeing lightning. So we'll let you know. Hopefully they get a game in tonight as we go through here. TBD on that one. But my God, Roger Espinoza. I have a lot of random MLS memorabilia, but Roger, my favorite MLS player of all time. So I have a nice signed jersey from Roger that someday will get framed and put up in a prominent spot. But Sporting Kansas City in a tough year. Remy Voltaire, 2 goals from box-to-box midfielders, up 2-1 on Montreal, who are a little jet hide at times. So before we let you go, Sacha, as you watch the league this year, what stands out as you play and watch? Like any trends, any players, anything that feels different or the same?
What's one thing that just sticks out right now to talk about briefly? Colorado Salt Lake later tonight is Colorado's switched things up tactically a little bit. Like they pretty much played their 3-4-3 last season all the time and finished top of the West. And now they've kind of switched things up a little bit. They've brought in Jassy Zardes. Now they're getting rid of Mark Anthony Kaye. It seems pretty fast to be flipping the script after what was a very impressive season last year. And then Salt Lake, very surprising up towards the top. I think that that shows that in our league, mentality and an intensity at which you play as a team and as a unit and as a group, how Pablo Mastroeni has gotten them to the spot they are right now, how much that works. So that's been impressive.
Do they keep that up?
That's the tough thing. They've picked up a lot of points early in the season, which can drag you if you start to fall a little bit and you're stop picking up points, but those points early in the season can still keep you close in the playoff hunt for a long time. That was us last season. We picked up a lot of points in the first half of the season. In the second half of the season, we couldn't keep it up, but we still had a chance to get in the playoffs on the last day of the season. So we'll see about Salt Lake. I'm not sure. I do think they've made some pretty good signings, bringing back Savarino. The striker Cordova has looked pretty good. Justin Miram, they brought him back, and he's had a pretty good season. Like people were thinking, like, oh, he was just going to be a super sub, and they ended up paying him pretty well as a free agent to come back, and I think he's done pretty well as being kind of like that veteran guy that has helped out as well. And also weird in the back with Zach McMath playing every game, and Ochoa is just completely out, and what's going to happen with him and where's he going to end up, I think, with his contract ending. So
correct.
Very interesting team. And I think Pablo has done a very good job. So those are in the West, a couple of things that have stuck out. Of course, LAFC has been good. Like I said, in the East, Philly and New York City have been really fun to watch.
Sorry, real quick, Cucho Hernandez just came on for his debut. Almost an $11 million signing for Columbus. They're down 2-0. And also San Jose got an equalizer in stoppage time against Toronto, which is pretty backbreaking.
Who scored the equalizer?
Defender. I don't find it.
Defender of
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's a defender who scored.
Scott. I honestly got scared about pronouncing the name wrong.
It's like
immediately.
It's a FIFA generated player, just like first name, last name, and who cares? Like we're never gonna see you on the score sheet again. That's good stuff. Cucho Hernandez, though, the big signing for Columbus, a lot of investment there. We'll see how it works out. But when people yell retirement league or have those outdated sort of. I don't even want to say it sometimes. You have to address it in the room. Like, there are so many players to point at, whether it be homegrowns, whether it be through the college system, whether it be now foreign signings of high profile levels to point at. I don't know what you're talking about. By the way, Jairo Torres is one of those players, and he just came on. The goal for, by the way, for the crew, is it? No, it's Dab God, baby. It's jacked up. He is hyped. So is
Cucho
Caleb.
Hernandez effect.
Let's go. And we just talked to Gaga. We kind of cursed him a little bit. Let's see. How did this one get
his
scored?
form has cursed himself over the last 6 or 8 or 2 months, really.
Nice little ball in behind. Oh, just really poor defending by the entire right side of that back line.
And the left back
Fire.
keeping him on side for goodness.
It's
you take Calvo out of Chicago and you can't take the.
It's a tough look. But Dab God with the goal there. We do have the Gary Smith out brigade of one at least in Ellis in our YouTube live. Come on, man. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. You lose a game at Charlotte. I think they got 6 or 7 wins. Let's get a good Shinashiki banger for you as well. By the way, Charlotte's 7-3-0 at home and about to get better. So DJ Couch Guy 420. Once again, if we don't get 3 points tonight, I'm going to kick my TV. And I got to tell you, for Fire fans over the last 5-6 years, not a good plan, man. You should just don't make empty threats like that. All right.
The last 12 years, yeah.
Yeah, don't make empty threats. Shinashiki, big goal for Charlotte. Looks like it's going to be a big win. No, it's final 4-1. Yep.
Yeah,
so it's
over.
a big win for them on the night. Ooh, a little cut back, right footed. Okay.
His first touch, though, how he sets it up like he's going to rolls it to his left and then chops the guy back. That's high level. That's
and
nice.
Sacha was out here talking about how great that assist was from Ben Bender.
Hey, assist is an assist, as I've learned over the years.
I was going to say, when you get to 99.
Hey, another college guy, though.
When you play with good players and you give them the ball and then they make you look good, this is a big part of soccer, dude.
Bin Hameen. I love that name on Twitch. Bin Ha M-E-E-N. Did I miss the review of Austin's bonus games on the road the last 2 weeks? Boy, I've really created a monster with the bonus game with Austin. But here they are. Big win today in Atlanta. They are second in the West right now, 0.95 points per game, 37 points, 11 wins, 4 losses, 4 draws, and their away form. This is sort of the surprising part. Their away form is actually, in large part, what's driving them. 7 wins away from home. I would be shocked if anybody in the league has more than that, and indeed, nobody has in the league, even the Red Bulls who are rolling along. What have you thought of Austin this year, Sacha, out in the West?
I think they were pretty impressive last year in like their positional play and the way that Josh Wolf has set them up. Very similar to Greg Berhalter, similar to those Columbus teams. 4-3-3, pretty fluid in midfield, outside backs getting high, wingers running in behind, 1 center striker. So I think he built off that a lot this year. And then Druisi coming in midseason last year and having a full preseason with the team has been very impressive. They're clearly a good team. At this point in the season, you pretty much are in the table where you belong and where you deserve to be. 7 road wins over the course of an entire season is typically very good. So to be there already, they could lose the rest of their road games and they're still going to make the playoffs. It's been a very impressive start to the season for them.
I just saw a Sao Paulo player linked with them. It could be complete nothingness. Tom, do you think, like we talked about Cecilio Dominguez on the last show, he hasn't played a minute since he came back from discipline, let's say. Could they be busy all this summer? I mean, this is sort of a team that you feel like, one, they didn't know anything out of Redes, like nothing.
Yep. So
they're sort of in MLS roster parlance, like construction, they're basically second in the West with a couple of hands tied behind their back. You know, they're like the Black Knight from Monty Python. Like, come at me, bro. Like, still gonna get this on you.
They got a college kid in the midfield who's been a locked-on starter and a really good midfielder too.
Yeah,
Pereira and Ring.
Hold on, and Sacha, that's a good point of bringing up Danny Pereira. That draft, it was consensus. Philip Mayaka was supposed to be the number 1 pick. That was, again, it wasn't just Doyle. It was Travis Clark. It was a lot of like the draft experts saying like this is the obvious number 1. Danny Pereira was like 3 or 5 on a lot of big boards, and Austin went and took him first. It was kind of a lot of people were questioning it or thinking about, oh, like that's interesting. Didn't see that happening. He's been so good. Mayaka, I don't even know if he's made his MLS debut. And like Danny Pereira, particularly this year, has been really, really good. That like Wiebe, that's how you're able to stay competitive. Well, first of all, they have a MVP candidate DP. Like you start there. But that's how you're able to manage without getting anything out of Dominguez, without getting anything out of Redis. But again, with U22 initiative, it can be hit or miss. But so yeah, they've done really well in the market.
Maybe throw GT in that category.
Oh,
as well?
true. Oh my God,
nothing?
yeah. They've got nothing out of that.
Very little.
Kolmanic has been mostly a starter this year. So
Mayaka didn't need to take a stray there. In his defense, I will say when he was drafted, they said they were getting a new version of a Darlington Nagbe, which couldn't be further from the truth. That's not at all. Philip Mayaka.
Oh yeah.
When they drafted him, they said, "Oh, this is a new Darlington Nagbe." I said,
"That's a tough comparison, man. That's so much to live up to."
Have you watched him play? Because there's nothing about Nagbe's game that is in Mayaka at all. So I think he wasn't really set up to succeed. It probably didn't even play him in the right position, and that's beside the point. I think Colorado has a number of issues besides drafting players that they categorize completely wrong. Yeah. But I love what Josh Wolf has done. I second Sacha. Just the style of play. I think you look at Alex Ring. That's I've always loved his game, box to box. He's honest, sees the game well, anticipates it well. So I think that was a big part of that style of play, and having someone like him who's a real leader on the pitch. I think Patrick Vieira did a good job of bringing him over in the first place. So with him, I think Driussi is an incredible player as well. I think they did a good job of finding him. So this Austin team, they're scary. A team that could shock a lot of people in the playoffs.
I wouldn't call it shocking because they're, again, towards the top of the table. I think they proved that over this last, run of 10 or 12 games when, again, Wiebe caught a lot of crap just for pointing out, hey, I want to see what.
Be fair. I want
to see what happens when they play better teams.
I was like the stand-up comedian getting stuff thrown at me on stage, enjoying it basically. But yeah. But by the way, next week, Tuesday, Austin hosts Houston. That could be Ache's like full maybe starting debut. Maybe. We'll see. Second half.
I'm so disappointed he didn't start today. They've been building this up. He's been here for a full week of training, whatever it is.
Sash, where are you going to dinner tonight?
I think we're going to Shabu. Do you guys know what Shabu is?
Where is that?
It's down here by us. Just like it's like a Japanese place where you get like.
I knew it was Japanese. I knew it.
You know what I'm talking about, bro.
Some got the preferred cuisine. We just, watch out, Galaxy. You might get some Galaxy fans at the table. You might look over.
Yeah,
I was watching the YouTube live, and I thought
we got some Galaxy fans over at the Shabu spot. They take care of us.
Bin Hamin says shabu shabu. It's delicious. So yeah, shout out to DJ Couch Guy 420, man. He's really going through one on the fireside. Got to hold on 71st minute. Basically, he's like, I was a season ticket holder in the great times. What happened? It hasn't
Can't
been
be
great.
as bad as DC United. Tell him.
McBride Blanco, et cetera, et cetera. So, we have 10 more minutes with Sacha here, folks. So hit us up. Stories, takes from this season, what have you. Get after it. We have VAR in Chicago, Columbus. No, okay, maybe not. That looked like a very purposeful run from the referee. And we're getting ready for the kickoff to Houston, Dallas, as Heineken Rivalry Week rolls on. We have a Lucho red card, by the way, which is a bummer for everyone. 90+3.
Lucho's a fiery guy. This has been a lot of red cards for him, I think, in his career.
He is the
for a number 10,
sun, the sun and the moon and the stars for Cincinnati this year. So anytime they got to play without him, that's not a good recipe for them. And I would prefer as a viewer to see Lucho with them at all times. Still waiting on some news on Orlando, Miami. We hope and pray. We got a game in Central Florida. Big rivalry between those two. Miami's been very good so far. And the warming up in Sandy. Views of the Wasatch Range behind Rio Tinto. Beautiful. It's been a resurgence there. new ownership, a new connection and commitment to the fans. They've definitely turned a page so far. Charlie, we haven't even talked to New York City. New England called the game today, and it was wild. 6 goals, a bunch of red cards, a bunch of what? Give us the lowdown from what you saw and analyzed.
The Revs, they just weren't on today, especially defensively. Too many mistakes, going to ground in the box. That's a no-no as a defender. They get New York City FC had 3 PKs. 2 of them, we'll go over an instant replay, questionable. But at the end of the day, Tati Castellanos performed. I think Taos Magno has also come out of his shell and has really started to develop. Similar to Tati Castellanos, both slow starts in the beginning. Tati Castellanos, because you had Eber, and Eber was the guy. Tati Castellanos was either on the bench or he was forced to the wing. He wasn't even playing centrally because of Eber, and Eber had success. It wasn't until when Eber got injured that Tati said, hey, I got this, and then has really taken that role and opportunity and has run with it. And now he's the guy. I think Taos Magno at the same kind of point came into the team trying to figure it out. It looks like he's now had a nice partnership with Tati Castellanos. I also think Santi Rodriguez has been a positive signing. Gabriel Pereira looks really good. They've done a good job with scouting New York City FC, so they have a lot of depth. I would say the Revs, just not enough solutions. Defensively, not good in transition. There are moments where they win the ball and they play direct, but I think they're really dependent on Carlos Gil. Carlos Gil is an amazing player. I will not take anything away from always looking to your best player, but if you're too dependent on Carlos, then it makes it a little bit more predictable and easier to defend. Guys get caught out of position. So you look at the Revs back line, it's been very inconsistent. In
Columbus just tied it up.
Yeah, sorry, DJ Couch guy.
Dab God
again.
Sorry, go on, Charlie.
It was a good goal.
Oh,
Charlie, that's been the theme of the season for the Revs, though, is defensive miscues. No, like they have just made mistakes at the back almost every game that has hurt them. Whereas last season, every close game they won. They won a lot of 1-0 and 2-1 games last year that led them to the Supporters' Shield. And this year, it's just a little bit off in the back, and that has hurt them a lot. Because I think I saw a stat last night that they've taken the lead in 15 games this season. And if you've taken the lead in 15 games and then you are where you are in the table right now, that's because you're doing something wrong defensively.
spot on. And in the midfield, it hasn't been strong in the defensive part of the midfield because, they've flow around with the 2 defensive midfielders, whether it's Polster and McNamara or Kaptoum, and a lot of interchanging, trying to figure it out. I don't think it's really worked all that well. So, you had an incredible season last year. Good. It worked, right? But that doesn't mean you it's going to work the next season, right? You might have had lightning in a bottle, and that would have been your opportunity to win it all. And that's always been the goal for the Revolution, is to win MLS Cup. This year, you bring in a new signing, Giacomo Vrioni. It's almost like for like with Adam Buxa. Tall target striker, pretty good with his feet, left-footed, probably not as good in the air, but better with his feet. You hope that partnership with Gustavo Bo works out. But again, it's a time thing where they have to adjust to one another and who's the star, who's going to get all the goals. But that doesn't solve the issue in midfield in the balance. So I could see them, still maybe doing some work in the transfer window and trying to bring somebody in either as a center back or a defensive midfielder.
All right, before I let you go, Sasha, we need according to Mark K, who's really on top of these Sacha Kljestan transfer stories from a decade ago, we need the full Celtic story.
Full Celtic story, okay.
Or as much as you think is relevant.
No, I have no problem telling a story. It's not that great of a story, to be honest. I was in January camp with the national team. We had been in discussions with Celtic for a month or so now. And
can I ask you what that's like? Let's just dig into being in discussions with Celtic for a month or so. What does that mean? And how do you experience something like that as a young guy?
I think you hear from your agent that this club is interested. They've sent a scout a few times to watch you play. And then it's okay, they're going to make an offer. And it's like, okay, then a week goes by. It's like, are they going to make an offer? Or, oh no, they're going to make an offer. And you're kind of just like waiting and waiting. It's a pretty frustrating process, to be honest, because you just think that things should happen fast and that they should just, if they want me, they'll sign me, So in the middle of January camp, they say, oh, well, we want to come see him. We want him to come train with us for a week in person. And at that point, I was already a little bit frustrated by that. I've been a professional, I think, for 3 years now. I'm playing for the national team, and I'm in the middle of January camp also, which isn't the most important thing, but I always want to play for the national team. So anyway, I get Bob Bradley's blessing to leave national team camp and go train with Celtic for a week. And it was a terrible week to be there because they had they had a game on the weekend, and then they had a midweek game also. So the guys who are playing in the games, they're not really training, they're doing their regen. And so most of the time I spent training with guys who weren't playing on the weekend and then kind of with the reserve team. And at that point, like I said, I'm 23 years old and these reserve team players are like 18 and the level's not that great. So anyway, I train for a while. I meet with the manager and the chief executive before I fly back to the States. And they say, okay, we've agreed to a fee with MLS, but we're going to wait until the end of the transfer window. Basically, we're going to figure things out if we are going to take that fee or not, and we're going to buy you. So I said, okay.
It's going to be infuriating.
So I fly back, and I land at, I don't know, 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I think it was pretty late. And then the game was the next day, and I wasn't sure if Bob was going to let me play in the game still or not, having been gone for that entire week leading up to the game. Like, I literally didn't do a training session with the national team before that game against Sweden. And then I play in the game and I score a hat trick. And I'm like, okay, this is, when do I leave for Celtic? Because, I mean, they had this fee agreed. I've gone home. I've scored a hat trick for the national team. Like, they'd be stupid not to buy me. And then they decided not to buy me. And I'm so glad I didn't go there, because the whole week I spent there, I wasn't a fan of like Scotland, the weather, the culture. It just, and then Anderlecht came soon after, and it all worked out. And I made my move to Anderlecht, which I loved every minute of playing for Anderlecht. So it all worked out for the best.
This has been.
I remember I was so excited for you because Celtic. You see them in Champions League,
yeah.
And we're all when you have a guy that you're friends with in camp and they're talking about these rumors, you're hyped too. Yeah, it's almost like you're going. And I remember Sacha's like, "Ah, man, Celtics looking at me." We're all like, "Oh, let's go!" And he's like, "I got to go for a training session, or for a week." And I'm like, "Okay." I mean, typically as a player, you're frustrated because you're like, "I don't want to have to
weird,
prove
right?
myself." Yeah,
exactly.
Trial.
Exactly.
You're like, it's basically like, can he? Let's test him. How does he work with this group? But it's more of a, let's see his pace. Let's see his acceleration. Let's see his technique in person, and how does he move with this group? And can he survive? So it is infuriating because you're like, hey, you've seen enough of me. You don't need me to come to your group, and especially to train with reserves. But we were all hyped for him. He comes back. Bob's like, you're starting. He bangs a hat trick. And we're like, just like he said, we're like, hey, show me that money. Show me money.
You guys are pouring champagne on him after it's Celtic.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, we were.
No, Wiebe, literally.
Yeah. No, I didn't. That wasn't. I didn't know that you were, but I wasn't like, oh, this is funny. I was like, I guarantee that's exactly how that was. Like,
yeah,
that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like, you're going, yeah. You
literally
party on that for
champagne
sure.
all over this man.
Yeah, you party on that, no doubt about it. They're
Fun,
gonna spray you.
Fun memories from January camp back in the day with my man Charlie. We had a good time. That was fun.
Not going to be a lot of champagne spraying at Shab, but it's time to let Sacha go. That's been a great 2 hours, or however long we're here. Yet 2 hours at this point. Stories, insight on the current MLS. Just saw the Lucho Acosta red, by the way. That's Aaron Long arguments. They're calling it a headbutt. We'll hit it on instant replay. Charlie, you and I could do an early diagnosis on it in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Sacha, thanks, man. Appreciate your time. Always good to hang out and chat.
Thanks for having me, guys. Always love talking MLS. Watch the Galaxy against San Jose on Wednesday. We're going for that Cali Classico 3 points.
God,
Always.
look at that! What a
Look at this guy. He's
ready.
That's
plug
called a
is real.
segue. That's a
We just need to be like,
to plug Wednesday. Okay.
There you go, 10 p.m.
See you guys.
p.m.
Sacha.
Take care.
On Wednesday, LA, San Jose, FS1, Fox Deportes. Look at that. Just, that's his 100th assist, I'd argue. Give him triple digits right there.
Why is he better at this than like we are? It's frustrating. You're not supposed to
goal
be...
Columbus. That looks like
Cucho!
I think that's Cucho. Oh, man. Cucho. We got Happy Kid. He went for the hands behind the ears as well. We're here watching Heineken Rivalry Week with you. That's not technically Heineken Rivalry Week, but it's a big moment for the crew. Zelarayan right there in the middle.
That's a
lot of head grabbing. What's it feel like, Charlie, to score that goal? What's it feel like to score a goal like that? Your whole team say someone's get abused as a striker. People are hitting you, they're grabbing your hair.
It's an amazing feeling. I can tell you that. You want to impress your teammates. You want to impress the coaching staff and the supporters. You want to show why they invested in you. And so ultimately when you score this goal, this is why you bought me and this is what I can do for the team. So he makes that run into space, takes a great first touch to set up the shot, and Slonina was overplaying the near post. He was leaning. He's got to be more straight up in that instance. And
a little delayed coming
out. He's a young keeper, so he's got to do better there. But it's a fantastic finish. It's a fantastic.
Hard for me
finish.
To put that all on Slonina when literally the Chicago Fire gave a ball up and had their defense. I mean, the defensive organization. Just terrible.
I'm just being ultra critical considering this is a player who's going to possibly Chelsea or Real Madrid.
No,
so
it's fair. No,
yeah.
It's fair. I just look at the rest of the team. I'm like, you have a 17-year-old goalkeeper, regardless of Chelsea, whatever. Like, maybe don't give up a 1-on-0 fast break to the $11 million signing that just came into the game. Like, that might be a starting point for holding on to a point at home instead of sending a crowd home disappointed in you yet again. Sorry, DJ Couch Guy.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, we forgot. He said, guess I'm going to drop kick my TV.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Don't do it.
That's what happens when you make threats in public forums. Yikes. Too bad for the Fire. Looks like they go down. We got Houston, Dallas. We have RSL Colorado coming up. I see Jassie's artist warming up. Anders, if you're listening, and I know you are, if you want to throw up some lineups from Colorado RSL at some point, that would be absolutely wonderful. And if you have the king of the match of Karol Swiderski, I truly need that to be shown now. ASAP, because this is so, look, they have all these new traditions in MLS, and obviously expansion teams are trying to create, something for fans to get behind. And you have the one you think about the most, probably at least recently, the classic is Timber Joey and the Chainsaw. But now you have the Golden Spike in Atlanta. I'm watching on loop Karol Swiderski sitting in the king's chair, the throne. That
oh my God!
I mean, just look at this.
That's fantastic.
You can't really see. You got the smoke coming out the top. I just think his like cheesy thumbs up with the crown on. It looks like a kid that just had Burger King, like back in the day. You know what I mean?
He's got to watch some Game of Thrones episodes to get the vibe right.
I was wondering what that was when he scored and went and celebrated up there. So that thing's been there during the game. Imagine if you've got a seat behind that, like, hey guys, this is pretty cool, but can we put the throne away so I can see the game a little bit here? Like, what's going on?
Apparently, Ben Bender has also been a part of this incredible Charlotte tradition, and at home they've been.
Sir Minty needs to be sitting there at all times. That is Sir Minty's throne.
Who is Sir Minty?
He's got to have a robe.
Sir Minty is?
He's got to have a robe there.
That's true. They gotta go. They need a scepter as well, Chuck. I think you're onto something. I think it looks a little goofy when you go full kit king. You know what I'm saying? Like full kit king,
you can't be full kit king. You can't be full kit.
Hold on. Dress like a king if you're up there. Let's get a
Anders
robe.
needs to pull up a Sir Minty photo. I can find it if you need me to, but like I can't believe Wiebe doesn't know.
I don't know. That seems like something that absolutely I should and would normally know. Guess
Best
what?
mascot in the league.
Ache, ESPN Plus right now, Houston, Dallas.
Here we go.
Ache on. He's giving direction. He's moving his fingers around. And who came off here? Was it Vera? No, Sebas Ferreira came off. That is very interesting.
Was that a double sub?
Double sub.
Okay, so who came on for Sebas Ferreira? I mean, Ofarson, I guess. So Ofarson on for Sebas Ferreira and Ache in. It's time to put our focus on Houston Dallas as Heineken Rivalry Week rolls on here, I think. Yeah, it looks just, first action, a little pass on the ball. We'll see how he fits in. Dropping in a 3-man midfield looks like I don't know. What would you want to see from him in a game like this as a teammate, Charlie? He's just arrived. He's not really fully integrated yet, but he's a big signing, a big presence.
Just for me, just getting on the ball, showing his class, the involvement, helping guys with position tactically, and then just what he's very good at is spraying the ball, dictating the tempo, getting on it, looking up, and then releasing guys into space. I mean, that's what Ache brings to the table. Is he's very gifted at getting into good spots, getting on the ball, and he's never rushed. He always seems like the game is played at his tempo. And if he can do that early for this Dynamo side, I think that's where you're going to see a lot of success.
Miguel Navarro off for the Fire, second yellow. That's what you'd call an implosion, I believe. Really, I would say they can't catch a break, but it's been a decade now. Not a lot of breaks. A lot of breaks have rolled right straight past them, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
And this team has so many players that I like that it's just not coming together at all. Like you look at Fede Navarro, Chihus. I liked their move for John Duran. I was talking to a European scout recently, and he puts John Duran in that same class of like elite teenage prospects in MLS and talents. Castro Jabilko, I liked the trade when it happened. I thought that he would be kind of a solid, if not spectacular. You know what I mean? Just good forward. Hasn't been. Xherdan Shaqiri, big fan of his. He's gotten some box score numbers, but the impact hasn't, I guess, been what they might have hoped for. But it's just been so bad for 2-3 months now.
They looked like they got a video review here. Yep. And that's going to be no yellow card to the back pocket, red card for Miguel Navarro for violent conduct. For getting an elbow up into the face. He was off anyway, but this is now
you're sent off further now.
Yeah, this is the extension side of things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, grounds crew looks like they're prepping the field now in Orlando. They might get going here. So we might have a game in Orlando, and that'd be nice to watch.
I was gonna watch. Yeah, that's helpful for us. Two at once instead of just RSL Colorado.
Yeah, just one. That'd be a bonus game for us. That is Sir Minty. That is even better. This is Sir Minty's throne. Nary a man shall sit on Sir Minty's throne. Woody Wilder, Sir Minty told me he was very mad with Tom Bogert for dropping Charlotte in the power rankings. This is
oh my god.
I don't know what to say about this. I'm
His
intrigued.
Little hands.
I'm terrified. I don't know.
I got to talk to Darius Barnes about that one.
It conjures emotion in me that I didn't. Sir, yeah. For once, I'm at a loss for words. Just the name Sir Minty, that part, I'm about it. Actually, you combine it with this.
It's perfect. Are you kidding me? I won't hear nothing less than perfection.
It's like a soccer fever dream. I don't know what to make.
We need more mascots like that. He's my favorite. At least one of my favorites. When Sam Jones did the mascot rankings, I was upset that Sir
Let's
Minty
watch the Cucho goal, by the way. This in MLS, a game winner. It appears we're in the 92nd minute of Chicago Columbus, but here's that Cucho Hernandez goal. 10.5 mil, Tom. Is that right?
Yeah.
What details you have on this particular one? He was at Watford. He played in the Premier League last year.
Yeah. He had 5 goals and 2 assists in I think it was finish. Like 20-ish starts. But this was for Watford. They were almost as bad, if not as bad as Norwich, which a lot of USMNT fans would know from Josh Sargent being there. They were a relegated team, and it wasn't particularly close. He still scored goals. Before that, he was on loan in La Liga. Like, this is a guy who's proven, not like a game changer in those leagues, but somebody who scored goals in the Premier League and La Liga. They identified him. They figured out that ownership was the original budget wasn't going to be for this club record fee. But then when they brought it to ownership, they're like, oh yeah, like we agree, we should go get this guy. They convinced him. There was the talks took a while. Obviously, this was a player who would have been coveted by other teams. He had other options in Europe. He decided to go with Columbus. He's a Colombian international, and he gave a quote, or Tim Bezbatchenko relayed a quote of his that when they were talking, he was like, yeah, like I want to be the Golden Boot winner here. Like these are the things, like I want to win trophies. So, Bezbatchenko is telling us that he said all the right things. They had some other targets. Cucho was their top one. Mauro Manotas, the former Houston Dynamo striker. That was somebody that I believe they could have gotten a deal for if Cucho fell through, or if they weren't able to convince Cucho. So they got their guy, and look, scoring a goal on your debut, that's a good way to start. That's a good way to, you don't have to worry about, all right, it's been 3 games and Cucho hasn't scored. It's been 4 games, whatever it is. It must be nice to get off the mark. Charlie obviously can speak to this, more expertise as a center forward, and not having to worry about, okay, how long is it or whatever, just feeling good on that first game.
What were your first days at Sochaux like, Charlie?
Man, you go through I have to prove to all my teammates that Americans can play, because I was largely unknown to my teammates. And so they're like, oh, we got an American striker. He played in Confederations Cup, but we don't know him. We don't know.
Not quite a club record signing, and everybody's laying out for you like they probably are for Cucho.
Right. And also I was replacing a striker who had scored 10 goals in the previous year and was bought by Paris Saint-Germain. So there was a lot of expectations placed on me already to be the guy to fulfill his shoes. So I remember my first couple of training sessions, everybody I could feel was watching me. And it was the way I passed, the way I moved, my touches. So everything I felt like was hyper-focused, including the coaching staff. And so we were playing all-sided. And I remember we had a training camp in Switzerland. So we're in like the mountains of Switzerland. It's all mountains around us. Small-sided game. Everyone's watching. It's 6v6. I pull out to the side. I get isolated. Center back comes to me, and I hit him which was like my patent move at the time, the step over, and just blew by him. My second touch sets up the shot, and I just smashed it low, far post side netting. And it felt like everybody stopped and was like, oh. and I knew at that moment that I had won the respect of my teammates. And then our first preseason game, we were playing Saint Etienne. And at this time, Blaise Matuidi was playing for Saint Etienne. And I remember they had a massive center back. This center back was, 6'2" and like thick as can be. And I remember our center back, who had played for Marseille, said, Charlie, this is a challenge. If you can show us that you can hold up with this guy, Liga is not a problem for you, because he's a beast. So I remember I was like, going into it, I have to show 50-50 ball. I have to knock him off. So first one, I come in and I give it everything I had. And I moved him off the ball, took it down and played it. And I looked over at my teammate who told me that, and he went. So I was like, okay, I won the respect of my French teammates. And,
were you wincing in pain? Like, oh my God, that guy's built like a house.
Like a house. And that confidence allows you to grow, because it really is. You have to prove yourself every day. And then I still didn't start the first league game. We played away at Auxerre. I came in as a substitute, and I remember I got a tackle. I got played into space. The center back comes out, and he tackled me around the waist. I'm not even lying. Full speed, and crushes me. And it's just a foul, not even a yellow card. And I was like, oh my God, they play like this in France? And I was like, oh man, I wasn't prepared for this. And then the second game, I came in at halftime, and it was my home debut versus Bordeaux, and they had won the league championship the year before, and I scored 2. And after that one, I said, okay, I'm ready for this. But yeah, I mean, it's those moments, those early moments where you develop a relationship with your teammates over your performances, because they respect you. And then they start to look for you as well. Because it's one thing to be on the field and you're the new guy. It's another thing to be on the field and the new guy, and they're looking to play to you, because they already know, Eric, we know his strengths. He's going to get into space. You find him, because he'll run the channels and he will finish.
By the way, DJ Couch Guy 420. He didn't drop kick it, but he's heading out. He says it's over for him, but he acknowledged the great goal. DJ Couch Guy was wonderful watching with you. Mike from Florida also has an update. We're getting all of our information from Mike from Florida, from Orlando, Miami. Fans back in the stadium preparing. I saw players coming down the tunnel as well, so we'll have that game soon. The Miami fans are in full voice. Anders, I don't know. I sent you that tweet. I'll throw that up. I can show you what the Miami fans have been doing, and of course, the Orlando fans have been there as well. Right now, there are some back and forth, let's say, from the Orlando fans to the Miami fans about what they think of their presence in this spot. So Russell Wilson 67, what's up, man? DC United game 7-0 loss. It made me mad when the game finished. Will you guys be able to talk about the game? And then just now, Matt Doyle ranked the most dispiriting results of the weekend thus far. Here's his rankings: 1A and 1B. 1A is DC 7-0 to Philly Friday night. 1B is Chicago Fire. Well, Chicago Fire 3-2 at home.
That
gave up a 2-0 lead.
7-0.
Doyle's tweet was the Fire's loss is every bit as bad as last night's disaster. Night's loss by DC, just a total disaster.
Not at all.
Dude, this kind of feels like a write you out of the playoff race kind of game. Like this, it's same, not quite the same, I guess, as DC with 7, but like, dude, up 2-0 at home.
Were either of them? Was there any inkling at all that either of them were playoff teams? I know David Gossman putting himself on the Fire side, but look, these are spoon teams.
Yes,
been spoon teams.
MLS is the league of hope. It's the playoffs. You talk. Come on, guys, we can do this. And this is how seasons don't spin out of control all the way down to the bottom. You go, okay, we get this result here. There's still 17, 16 games left. We're only 9 points below the playoff line. I don't know how you recover from this for either DC or Chicago.
DC's hopeless. That we're going to leave it at that. DC is absolute hopeless unless they have a coaching change and unless they bring in some players. It is absolutely
I don't think a coaching
hopeless.
change would do it.
No, but it's coaching change and players. It's both to give them hope because it is hopeless. Now for Chicago Fire, man, I didn't rate them as a playoff team, and just the way they're built, the way they're playing, it's just not.
But
good.
They have the talent of a playoff team, Charlie.
Yeah,
they do.
I mean, defensively, not great.
Not a
playoff team for me defensively. I can tell you that.
I don't know. It's got to be.
They didn't have enough like respected control type MLS proven consistent guys. I think that they tried to address that with Shabilko and getting Chris Mueller, but like I don't know, fullbacks is usually a good spot for teams to have proven MLS guys, whether they're domestic or internationals who have been here for a few years. And like the more and more you watch this team, like fullback is just such a problem spot. Like Jonathan Bornstein might be their best option at either left or right back. And at this stage of his career, and like that's a fault in terms of roster building if that's what you're relying on right now.
Let's get some lineups here as we prepare for RSL Colorado as well as Orlando Miami. Christian Hinge, I see, man, we're going to get the over-under on Cucho to get 15 goals between the end of this now and the season. That's a lot of goals.
Stop it.
That's a lot of goals.
That's a lot of goals.
I would say 10 would be a good number at this point, right?
Oh, God. RSL, give us a formational 11.
Anders, 10.5.
Give us a formational 11. We have Kappelhoff in, Brody, Ruiz, Cordova, Severino, Chang, Michael Chang. He's actually been really good this year. Herrera, who just signed a new deal with them. McMath in goal. Loveland, Julio. So this is an interesting lineup. Feels like there's some rotation here. Either that or I have not been paying enough attention to what RSL is doing.
Houston!
Oh,
that was a pretty muted celebration.
Who was it? Ulfarsson?
Yeah.
I feel like if it was going to be anybody, it's going to be Ulfarsson.
It was the substitute.
All right, corner kick, kind of not a shortish, like a medium corner. Went on running player. Couple touches at the end line, dinked over the top. Oh, this is a bizarre goal. This is a bizarre
Let's go. Goal. That's a derby goal.
Really?
Was it Hector Herrera?
I think they're going to take a close look.
Oh, that's a good
one. Did the ball come back across on Fafa? Did it hit his arm?
Yeah, that's a good finish.
The finish is good. It's
Oh.
super. I mean,
Yeah. That came on him quick, man, and that was like at his
it's
kneecap.
super instinctive, and it was kind of getting up high. Russell Wilson, are you a Salt Lake fan, man? What are you, Mr. Russell Wilson,
Denver?
67? Yeah, I don't know, but he's only recently in Denver. Dallas wants the handball on Fafa. That's what they're asking for. This is what video review is for. And
Don't be a
video
narc,
assistant
Brad in
referees
Sylvania.
Are taking a really close look.
And
It
if
did
it
not look
makes
to
any
me like Fafa's
contact,
arm was
it
in
is
an
coming
unnatural
back.
position, but if it contacts the hand
Yep.
and basically you benefit from it, that would be
Which
taken
they
off
would've.
the board.
At least it's not as binary as the old rule. If it hits your hand whatsoever, it just automatically rules it out. Which is so
RSL
stupid.
Colorado is off and running, folks. ESPN Plus. We are preparing for Orlando, Miami as well on this Heineken
counts.
Rivalry
Good goal.
Saturday night. Yeah, that's the clear and obvious threshold, I would think.
Yeah.
Because when I watched it from
I
those
agree.
two angles, I just could not tell. There's like that part of your brain that says, "Oh yeah, probably that was a handball, but probably ain't gonna cut it, is it, Chuck?" Russell Wilson, 67, says he is a DC United fan right now.
What does right now mean?
I don't know. That's the one to dissect.
If you're still here, Russell Wilson, what does right now mean? Are you just
Yeah.
free agent every year?
And if you were a free agent, why'd you go DC?
Yeah, maybe the right now is that I'm considering my life choices.
No offense. That's true. That's true. Anders is in my ear right now. I'm having two conversations, the one with you guys, and then Anders basically like correcting me on everything I say. He reminds me that I committed to rooting for Chicago to be good, but that was more like a sympathy choice, like, hey,
Did you though?
Yeah, sort of. I was like, oh, Ezra and I were going to get out of Malort if they made the playoffs, and I said on ATR,
You got to root for that.
I said I'm rooting for the Fire, but that's like rooting for your buddy who hasn't had a girlfriend in his life to get a girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like you want it for
and
him,
also
but
that's not fandom. That's a different thing.
that's
Fandom
true.
I view
Yeah.
as like it's like a wart. It's just something you're born with. It's like once you do it, you can't get rid of it. You're stuck.
That was.
You can't
Houston's
get rid of
playing
warts.
with that energy right now. They're
wanna
playing
say
with all that
You
momentum.
Oh, are you
can't
getting
be
stuck on a replay again? Did you think that was live?
cured of warts?
What? No, just Dallas were running down, and they just couldn't get to that ball. But this Houston side has really turned. I mean, the momentum as soon as Ache came in, the supporters
It's
just
an
you could
impact.
tell it's that high spirit.
It's got a good crowd tonight. Good crowd tonight in Houston. I've always enjoyed going to Houston for games. And if they have good teams, people will support them. They've just been so up and down over the last 5 years, maybe even longer than that. It's hard to build momentum.
80% of that was down.
Yes. You had the 1 year that they like they beat did they beat Sounders? They almost beat the Sounders. They got to the conference finals.
Yeah.
With Morrow
was that before or after they won Open Cup? Because I know whenever they won Open Cup, they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it was. I want to say it was after. I think it was after. We were at that Cup. That was a blast.
Yeah, and you thought that was kind of the start of something real, just because of how good Elise and Minotas was, and they just never capitalized on it, both in terms of playing and getting results and building on it, and also building on their value. They took two players that probably should have been transferred for a total of 15 million, and I think they got a total of 5, just because Elise almost ran his contract down, and Minotas was right before the pandemic, or they kind of sold because they felt like they had to.
They weren't being run all that well. So, I mean, that says enough right there when you have those two players who were really brought in to sell, and they made their mark, and they weren't. The club didn't get all they could for them, so that's just disappointing, and I think that's why you're seeing a new look now, because it was much needed.
The positive spin on that is that was good, really good talent identification of both of those players, because I mean, Elise was a higher profile because he was at Monterrey, and what he was doing with, I forget if he was in the senior Honduras national team by then or not.
I think he was at the youth still, but he was performing at a high level.
Yeah, and there's a bunch, but there are a bunch of like exciting young talents. Like he turned into a legitimate star, and Minotas had even lower of a profile when they first signed him. So while I'm giving them crap, while you're giving them crap, I'll at least point that out. But again, they didn't build on that.
But you also have to say that it wasn't outside of those two. Got to do.
Tomas Martinez was legit for a little while. He fell off.
So we have Abramson, 23. Is that a culture issue with the Fire? 2 playoff appearances since 2010 in a league that and parity is sort of the name of the game. Carrasquilla, huge save. Huge save. Oh my gosh. This you know what? I really like this Dallas team. I like watching them. I love Paul Arriola, Paxton Pomykal. I hope he becomes the player we all sort of have seen flashes of in injuries. But this Houston side has a chance to actually be fun. Carrasquilla is a stud. Great run by him. What a save.
I like Carrasquilla.
Me too.
I'm glad that I was hoping they'd make that. He's got iconic hair. I know for a lot of people that doesn't matter, but for me that does matter. Recognizable players. All right, hydration break in the 76 minutes so they can reload for the last 15 of a 1-1 derby match to go absolutely crazy. That ought to be a good time. RSL Colorado running. We are waiting on this Orlando Inter Miami one as well. What's the deal with Chicago? What do you guys think it is? What's your diagnosis?
Charlie, you go.
Mr. No, I was going to ask Scoopies.
I heard Charlie have a big sigh. It sounded like he was ready to go.
No, I mean, I want to hear what you got to say first.
It sucks because they just had this rebuild. They just had this evolution. They tore it down. They brought in 2 big DPs. We haven't seen what Jairo Torres can do yet. I think he's only started once so far, but this kind of looks broken again. And it kind of looks like they're in for their 3rd rebuild in 4 years. I don't know why they picked up Gaston Jimenez's option to make him a DP again. That's something that they'll have open this offseason. I guess we'll see what Jairo looks like and how he fits with Shaqiri. Shabilko hasn't been good yet. Fede Navarro has been their best acquisition in terms of going internationally. Chris Mueller, I think, fits some of the other pieces. But the back line, man, it's just you need 3 new starters and probably 2 rotation guys. That's not going to be accomplished over the summer. It's that, and that's a really significant change. So pessimistically, man, it's looking rebuild-ish, even though they just had a rebuild 7 months ago, and they had a rebuild before that 12 or 14 months ago. So I don't know. Things are looking a little bleak.
Yeah, I would say to build off of what you just stated, the coaching hasn't been great, and as Ezra Hendrickson, I have a ton of respect for, but tactically and just game management hasn't been good. It just hasn't been good. So you just hope that you're investing in this coach for a couple years and giving him the chance to grow, because this is his first time running being the manager of a club. So
yeah,
I think you're going to make some mistakes. It's they were bad to begin with. So I think it was going to be a curve up and down, a lot of learning along the way. You just hope for next season that he gets it right. And there's you can still finish strong in the second half of the year. But I think when you touched on the left back, I think Miguel Navarro is not good enough. Jimenez, Gaston Jimenez, another player who I can't believe he's contracted and being paid the amount that he's being paid to. It's crazy. Unbelievable. And then in terms of you have some talent, you have some potential. So I would say it comes down a lot to tactics and setting the team up. Remember, the beginning of the year,
Charlie. I think I'd put the blame in the front office before Ezra. I think that you're fair for the critiques and the criticisms, but
yeah,
what do you suppose? And this is a team looking back on the Calvo days, and it was obviously Ezra wasn't the head coach last year, but there were some of these things where I felt bad for Rafa Wiki. It was what can you do if there's just these catastrophic individual mishaps? How do you have to bench the guy, but how do you coach that? What are you supposed to do?
But I would also say at the beginning of this year, when it was just shutout after shutout after, one goal game is because I think when Ezra came in, he said, we're just going to play defense. We're just going to lock it down.
Which we could understand, by the way.
Right.
And it was
but
working.
At the same time, players like a Shaqiri, he's not coming here just to say, hey, I'm going to come and we're just going to defend the whole game and hope for a set piece or hope for a penalty. This is an instance where I think he's trying to explore, how do we play? What does this team look like? And in the process of doing so, you open your team up and you get punished.
Hey, Mike really from Florida, are you in the stadium, man? He says he's leaving to focus on the match. He's been giving us updates. By the way, 10:24 Eastern. I want to say that.
How is your phone still live?
Yeah, has been rocking this entire time during the delay. Orlando, Miami about to pop off. By the way, so that should be. Let's get the Thor Carson goal, by the way, in here. See if we can. But it is popping in Houston. And Ache during the hydration break. See, it's right there. Like, did it come down off his arm? I can't tell. It might have been. It's like a bad angle. Ache was encouraged. Oh no, it's one. And I think that was Ache too. It was deflected.
I need to reload this.
First time left foot.
Yeah, I'm behind
kick
too.
In deflection. It is absolutely. Ben Bear just tweeted, shout out to the legend. What is this 2012? It's lit in Houston. Mike from Florida, a bunch of friends in the stadium. I had to stay home tonight, so he was giving us intel.
Okay.
Via secondhand intel.
I like the idea better that he was sitting in the concourse.
That is much
on Twitch
better.
on his phone.
It's much okay. Here it is. Oh, go!
Oh!
That's the question. Big question mark. Is he on? Because it got through. They're calling it off. I think it's Fafa. I can't.
This is a weird celebration. If they
I think he knows. He knows he's in a weird position.
That's the weirdest celebration in history.
I think he knows he's a weird.
Or that was also a center back trying to celebrate.
See, that's why I can't be having center backs score goals. Look at how that celebration was like. You didn't even know if they scored. Give me some emotion. Or maybe he's not sure, so he's like, I'm not going to go all out and celebrate here until we get the confirmation. Yeah, see, they're waving it off.
Yeah, that's why
That's why he knew.
We got Dami Krylock in camo.
Yeah. Yo, Lance, are you taking off? Or are you sticking around? Lance Woods is the legend.
I'm not seeing off yet.
Yeah, he's off. He's way off. See?
No, he's not touched. He didn't. Fafa didn't touch that.
Yeah, he did. It's
did
off his knee.
I can't see.
Too many.
We got a pushing match.
Handbags! Let's go.
Oh, we got a pushing match. Who's calming us down here? Ache. He's Paul Ariola. What an elder statesman. What a wonderful elder statesman.
We don't see that with the Mexican national team. We see him putting his fingers in Brendan Aaronson's eyeballs.
I'm starting to. After you said that, I'm starting to regret the feelings I had during the hydration break while he's encouraging his team. Like, we got. I was like, I'll run through a wall for you, Hector. But then I forgot that there's some. I'm like a golden retriever, man, just wagging my tail at the first sign of friendliness. Like, you and me, Hector. What do I need to do? Where should I go? I'll get that ball.
I don't think Fafa touched it.
You don't?
I don't think he touched it.
We need a better.
I don't think he touched it.
If he didn't touch it, then he's not in the line of sight of the goalkeeper.
Correct, and I don't think he touched it. That's why he didn't
really
celebrate.
Move to it.
Daniel Stairs celebrated. They're gonna have to. Yeah. Fafa was not in the line of sight.
We'll get the video for you very soon. While we're waiting for it, let's just do the Carson one, just so we can see a goal that did count. Anders, if we have that one queued up. Yeah, this is that right there. Oh, I'll have to just okay. Yellow card for Jesus. It's popping off. It's getting a little wild out in Houston, which is what we want to see from this rivalry, which has not been as heated as it once was.
Yeah,
I mean, you had days where Rico Kark was drop kicking Pescadito in the dome. Not to condone that. Like, I'm not encouraging.
That's a pretty weak
conduct.
yellow for Jesus, unless he did something else. How did Ferreira get a yellow and nobody else did?
Oh, was that it? Well,
Okay, another yellow out. A lot of confusion here. I don't know what's going on.
all I know is my man's got to control the game because
Zika.
he's not looking like he's in charge as the referee right now. I need him to start controlling this game. I know it's a rivalry.
Grab him by the scruff of the neck a little bit here.
Yeah.
And is he so? All right, so I guess that goal was
no, it's off. Yeah. Yellow
Miami
card to
Orlando
Zika.
kicking off in a few.
All right, well, we're going to be
instant replay.
Be taking a look at that one on instant replay, folks. Indeed. Russell Wilson 67's back to ask us who our favorite team in MLS is. Actually, he said the MLS, but didn't want to out it like that.
Invalidated.
I know Wiebe's.
I literally was staying quiet just to, a good teammate. I was staying quiet to give you the space. I knew the run was coming, and I just held the ball that extra second just to let you get into the space.
I think everyone knows everybody.
I don't have a favorite. I truly don't.
I don't either. Who do you think mine is, Charlie?
You're a Red Bulls dude. You just said you
More of a
grew up
Red
going to
guy,
schools and you're all about the Metro Stars and New York Red Bulls.
I said
Metro
those are my
squad.
earliest memories of MLS.
Exactly. That means it's imprinted on your heart.
The closest thing would have been Sacha Kljestan's Red Bulls. I had so many arguments with people who were like, he's not good enough. And I'm like screaming at them as like a 19-year-old. Like, what are you talking about?
Is that before or after the assists that he put together?
Even the season that he finished second in MVP or third in MVP, whatever it was, they were like, he doesn't score enough. And I'm like, my mind was like exploding. I'm like, do you ever watch, like, what do you think that this team works without him as a number 10? Like, who do you think assisted Bradley Wright Phillips on all of his goals? Like, who cares if he doesn't score 20 goals? Ugh.
This
get ready for kickoff in Orlando, Miami, by the way. Right on time. 10:24. We got 3 minutes plus stoppage time for Houston, Dallas, and we are 17 minutes in scoreless right now. RSL, Colorado. Nice crowd out there. RSL, Colorado as well. RSL's just beat them down over a long time in the Rocky Mountain Cup. We need Colorado to have a moment here.
I'd imagine this is another sellout for RSL because it's a rivalry game. If so, I think that would make it 9 in a row for them, which is a really, really great story.
Yeah, they've really re-engaged the fans. And, we won't go through why they needed to do that, but they made it a huge priority to sort of like reintroduce themselves and get back into the community after some years where maybe the connection wasn't quite so strong. Let's say.
Well done,
Ache hangs it out. Great ball from Coco, who's in. Oh, terrible touch. No! Go!
Oh!
No!
Oh, he drop kicked the ad
no!
right in the continental horse.
Come on, Fafa. Whoa.
Oh.
Dang, dude.
That was it.
I did
He
too.
just had an exclusive interview today talking about he's happy to stay now.
God, what a ball.
Coco Carrasquilla. He just can't quite, but then he still has the angle.
Oh, man.
Oh, and then that's just the spin on the ball.
That's the difference between Cucho and Fafa. Cucho's finishing that.
Oh, but it's still so close.
That's
like,
so
it's
unlucky,
an
man.
incredible. You just don't want to hit as an attacking player. Like, almost a good idea. That's what you hear when you run down the. That's what you hear when you run down the field. You missed. Idea's good. Idea's great. It's like, but it's the 89th minute, so you might want to finish that one. Unfortunately, I already got Matt Skinner in my Twitter mentions saying hit it up.
By the way, this Miami lends well for this. Pretty much anybody they play, and Orlando do too. The shirt matchup of pink versus purple, and like monochrome. Great. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it looks really good. What's your best? Is that the best shirt matchup in MLS?
Ooh, I think it would have to be something else with either one of these two teams, and then because purple and pink are not the same family, but they're kind of close. It was like when Miami played the Red Bulls and pink versus red. It was like, all right, that's too close.
That was arguably the worst.
Yeah, I agree. But this one looks nice,
City.
but it's still a little
I
too
think
close.
if you threw in LAFC's all black
yeah.
kit versus all pink, that looks nice too.
Chat, best jersey. What do you got? Best jersey matchup. Need to hear from you. Try to think on rivalry week, who has the best so far? Obviously, I think this is the best one. I do think that
I like Cincinnati's.
Yeah,
I like the orange.
The orange and the yellow, in their rivalry, not the best with
not the
Red
actual
Bulls,
match.
NYCFC. I know that
Red Bulls
this is
NYCFC
probably
when you got the baby
my
blue and the
Liverpool
red.
bias speaking out. It reminds me of Liverpool,
that's a definite
NYCFC
class.
City.
I think I like the green on the Houston orange that we'll see next week on Tuesday. I think that's the good one.
Yeah,
and I do think if you want to go back to the maybe one of the ultimate classics and you could go to the playoffs even with this. Oh no, good call from Vengeful Amoeba on Twitch. We were going on Cincy Columbus, but Cincy maybe in the blue, and then you have the yellow for Columbus.
Yeah, that's good.
But the class I was going to draw was Toronto Montreal when Montreal was rocking, and they're going to go back to it. The black and blue vertical stripes.
Oh,
and then you had the red for Toronto. That was a really good one. I will also throw out the Cali Clasico it has a pretty good one. Like when you had the blue of San Jose with the white Galaxy, it just kind of represented things well.
I think that still works today.
And I do like the light blue Dallas jerseys that they have this year. If I'm just running through things that I like.
This is what happens when
I've
we're
always
going
liked,
into
I've always
hour
liked Minnesota.
4.
I've always liked Minnesota's kits.
Yeah, they're good.
The sponsor fits really well. Like that's the key to like a really great kit. Like the Red Bull sponsor fits seamlessly. The Target sponsor on Minnesota fits really nice. I think me and Wiebe should be deferring to Charlie on these fashion types of talks though. I don't know. Because famously me with the mustache and the stupid looking.
What's the best jersey from just a looks perspective you ever wore as a player, Charlie? 10 minutes of stoppage time. Houston,
let's go.
By the way.
U.S. national team kit. The ones that we had in 2009.
Dallas in behind.
Which ones were those, Charlie?
Jesus goal.
Oh!
Great finish. Jesus, he's pointing at the badge, folks. He's pointing at the badge. We got Velasco hands to ears. Oh, man. Oh, no. Don't throw things.
No, that is a lot of cans.
Stop it. You stop it.
Oh, my God.
Stop it. It's gotten pretty wild. I think the Houston fans were getting out of Dallas bench. I don't condone any of this. Fans don't do this. Do not ever throw anything on a field. That's just.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
It's moronic.
Yeah.
It really is.
His response to that was pretty dope, though.
But that is a moment right there, folks. That's a moment in Heineken Rivalry.
Was that Hector O'Brien that got involved?
Bam! What a great finish. He got like a little friendly flick, I think.
Clinical.
Bring it back in. Yeah, he got a little. The service is not.
Where are the dudes who say he can't finish? Like, where are they? I don't understand.
I don't think anyone's ever said he can't finish. Who's saying that he can't?
Everybody was.
Can he do it consistently against? Oh, Miami just missed.
Bryce Duke. Do you want to do your Bryce Duke impersonation again, Wiebe?
I think among the staff of Dallas, we might have a Jose Martinez situation going on here.
Yeah, I definitely saw a couple birds there. But I hope that they don't get fined for that because they were under a hail of cans and water bottles. I think that
self-defense.
Yeah. It was shielding it with his.
Oh wow! Big time save here off the face from Pedro Gallese. He just went off the right in the middle of the mouth.
Oof.
Yeah, octopus. The El Pulpo octopus has 8 arms. You got to take one off the face. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate for him.
I think the referees stopped the game. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a fair.
Well done.
a fair thing to do at that moment. What a moment, man.
Shirts.
Yeah, the shirt off.
We got a lot of movement.
A lot of movement there.
Oh man, a little bit. Yeah, there's a tide, you might say. in and out, in and out.
I was at the beach today, so the waves.
Woo! If you have thoughts, man, let us know in these. Roger says Jesus never blinked. That is true. That was pretty impressive.
That
was thoughts
cool,
on any
man.
of these games going on right now? Heineken Rivalry Week, RSL Colorado, Orlando, Miami, ESPN Plus is your spot to watch. Of course, we're squarely in MLS After Dark zone here, guys. We've got a delayed game in Orlando going on. We've got Ache's debut in Houston on plus 10 minutes of stoppage time. So we're in the 96th minute.
Dude, it's going to be another 3 or 4 on top
with
of that.
Jesus just getting a goal to I want to say maybe even put himself atop the Golden Boot charts, if my memory serves correct.
I think
Tati had
Tati
2.
got 2 today. Yeah, Tati.
I thought Jesus wasn't ahead of him today before that.
No, they were tied.
Okay,
they were tied. So it's Tati, Driussi. I don't know if the Bobasi's number is updated here, and Ferreira and the basket. So we got the big guys scoring goals today. That's what you want. So
it's a real race.
Yeah. And then Hani Mukhtar sneakily in on 10 goals right now. Lewis Morgan has 9 goals.
At least 3 or 4 penos.
Yeah, count. They all count.
Oh, 100%.
He's been real good.
Yeah, he really has. He was the first big trade of the offseason, and I don't think I was ready for the new math in terms of allocation trades because he was briefly the record setting at 1.2 million. And I was like, man, I like Lewis Morgan a lot, but that feels like a lot. I was completely wrong. And also right after that, it was like Kellen Acosta for up to 1.6, Paul Arriola for 2 million. So 1.2 suddenly didn't feel like a ton. And
all those other GMs, Tom, probably like, yes, Lewis Morgan for 1.2. I'm asking for 1.6. I'm getting 1.6. I'm getting two for Paul. We have a question here from Aberdson 23. Is Inter a playoff team with the K and Pozuelo editions? My guy.
K.
Mark Anthony K is not going to Inter. He's going to Toronto. By the way, I just read a good Bob Bradley quote on that. He basically said that like Mark Anthony K is ready now, is like he's the dude, whereas Ralph Priso could become the dude. Sort of what we talked about, but not there yet, and we needed the dude with the team that we have. Oh my gosh!
Was that a save?
That didn't go in?
It's a corner. So it's a corner. They're taking it quick. Don't go to replay. They're taking it quick. Oh,
we didn't get the replay.
Ache.
Oh, there were guys at that near post too. Come and get it. Get it, Darwin. Darwin to Ache. Who would have thought, man? Low ball got deflected.
Charlie, what do you do with this Houston starting 11 when everybody's available?
I mean, I guess you could change the formation depending on who you're playing and if you're playing home and away.
True.
I look at some of the teams when you're going to be in possession and you're going to be on the front foot versus the ones, LAFC, maybe you're going to have more of a different look in terms of two defensive center midfielders and trying to shore up the back line, protect it a little bit more than you're playing Kansas City. No disrespect to Kansas City and Peter Vermees, but that's a team you can get after. So I think it's going to be one of those things where it could be depending on the opponent.
I think center backs, they need to go get at least one more center back to me. Chip ball, back post. Nope.
Is that Darwin jumping for that, or was that Fafa?
I think it's Fafa.
Either way, neither one of the guys that you aerial targets.
Goal.
Uh-oh.
Goal. 100%.
Right
You
on
can't miss
cue,
that.
No!
man.
Oh!
He didn't finish.
Who said he couldn't finish?
My team. That didn't age well. It's tough. Come on, Andrew. I had your back, bro.
That was a bizarre moment. No doubt about that.
This is the kind of games you want to see, though. Look at the energy, back and forth.
There's nobody in the box right now for the Dynamo though. Like deflection.
Oh my!
He's there!
Oh my!
Is it Teenage Adibi?
Teenage. That's why Jesus was open.
My.
Oh, are they throwing stuff at him too?
That is God, man. That's gonna for Dallas.
Oh, backbreaking, man.
It was funny because Wiebe, I was looking. I'm like, there's one in the box.
That's why I just
around
said, what
the
are we
penalty
doing
spot.
here?
What is going
late
on?
arriving
And he
run.
just said, "All right, I'm just going to let one fly."
Got a
Poor
deflection.
goalkeeping from that distance, though.
Martin
From
Pizarro,
that
he's been, and their goalkeeper's been good too.
Look
Yeah.
at
But yeah, he can't. That's a bad.
really
That's
poor.
a brutal rebound.
That is poor goalkeeping.
That's a brutal rebound.
You take that all day from that angle. You got
A little
three
deflection,
defenders
but
there.
you got to push that out for a corner.
Yeah.
I know that you don't want to give away a cheap corner, but like, oof.
What do we think about Inter? Are they a team with Pozuelo?
They've got a chance. That was the one real like piece that they were missing. Like they've done everything else right. They have a group that fits, and I think Pozuelo fits really well with that group.
Oh, they're going again.
Get a winner. Just get a winner.
Oh.
Just for the Bants.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would call them favorites to make a playoff spot, but like this is a real push, and I'm really, really excited to see what Pozuelo looks like in this team. I think that the fit is going to be really perfect. I don't know. Bryce Duke has been great, but Pozuelo's an MVP, man. Oh.
Red card.
Cervania.
Oh, that's tough. 103rd minute.
Right now on the screen, I have the melt footage of that Columbus Chicago game going, and it started with like Fire fans being jacked up, and I just like am slowly seeing it all implode. What Miami's been able to do, what Chris Henderson's been able to do is, I mean, really, really kind of unbelievable, to be honest, given some of the limitations they had, both in terms of, and we talk about dead wood, dead weight, things you got to move on from roster-wise, had a lot of that. I mean, like all their DPs. I thought Phil Neville said it best and said it in just the most entertaining fashion of just being like, we're not playing FIFA 22 anymore. I couldn't believe he came out and said that, like in those words.
He's been good at being honest, and like even I've always enjoyed his press conferences because even when he seems like a guy who's a really good motivator. He would when he was talking about Pizarro and Higuain. He was always
the Dallas goalkeeper? What is the Houston goalkeeper? What is Steve Clark doing right now?
That was a little back heel.
He's having a interesting time.
Yeah, but Phil Neville he was saying like, look, like we need Pizarro and Higuain to be our difference makers. I think that they are. And he kind of was always trying to defend them and challenge them, but like they got rid of Pizarro. He quickly benched Higuain, which is not an easy thing in this league. So I don't know. I think he's been doing a really, really good job. And I don't think a lot of people were talking about that. Like when he got the job, it was like, oh, you're just David Beckham's friend. They weren't playing well. But I think this year he's done really, really well.
Who got Ache first? Can we tell here? I'm having a hard time.
Is that Cervania? Didn't he just get sent off?
No,
it wasn't Cervania. I think it was Velasco. I think Velasco got to him first. No, Velasco was off. Maybe he sprinted in off the bench.
Velasco. Yeah, that wasn't Velasco.
It wasn't
Marco
Velasco.
Farfan, but Farfan got taken off too. Who came on? I think it was Edwin Cerrillo.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
Well done, Edwin. The big jersey get right there. Ache's debut. Big time. Big time. What's your best jersey? And a swap, Charlie.
My best swap in terms of just one player.
Yeah.
It's Thierry Henry, without a doubt. I mean, that was my GOAT. Him and Ronaldo Fenomeno, the original R9. Those are the two players I've always grown up watching and trying to emulate. And we were playing Red Bulls in my first season in MLS when I took a loan to DC. And I'll never forget, I'm in the tunnel, Red Bulls come out, and I'm like, oh, it's Thierry Henry. I'm playing it. I knew I was playing against him, but to actually see it and then you're walking out on the field, they do the national anthem, and then we're shaking hands as they come across, and Thierry gets to me and he's like, hey, big fan of what you're doing. Keep persevering. Your determination is so impactful and contagious, and I want to see you continue to grow and get back. So I remember the first 10 minutes I blacked out because I was like, Thierry Henry knows who I am. And after the game, he gave me his jersey. We traded jerseys, and so that will forever go down as the GOAT. But I also got Kaká's and Zlatan Ibrahimovic. And
would you get Kaká? You got Kaká Confed Cup or
Orlando City? I got Pato in Confed Cup.
Oh, you know how much I like that. Well done.
But yeah.
Is that your best international kit swap?
National kit swap is Zambrata from Italy when we play them in Confeds Cup, but it would be Zlatan Sweden jersey.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Was Zambrata your first choice in the Confed Cup, or were you looking for somebody else?
No, I mean, the game ended. We had just lost 3-1. Giuseppe Rossi scored 2. So, Pirlo was.
Who got Rossi's? Did anybody get Rossi's or no?
I'm not sure, but I remember
that would be an interesting one to have.
Yeah,
I think you never swap I've never seen jersey swap keepers. People swap jerseys with keepers, and there was a part of me that was like, do I go to Buffon and be that guy?
That would have been cool.
But I'm like, no one ever does it. I've never seen someone go to a keeper and swap. So I was like, I can't do it.
That's kind of sad for keepers. Do they swap
with each other?
I think they swap with each other.
Everybody else is like, oh, whose jersey am I gonna get? Well, not that guy's. Anybody's in play, but not that idiot between the posts. And
Zambrata was right next to me when the game ended, and so
was that strategic, Charlie?
No.
All right.
There's probably a couple. We were talking about this earlier. Is there one that you regret not swapping with or not making sure you got the jersey? There's two that always come to mind for me. It's Copa America in 2007. We were playing Argentina, and that team was when you talk about dream teams, it was Crespo, it was Messi, it was Riquelme, it was Cambiaso, it was Juan Sebastian Veron.
Oh my god!
It was Saviola and Tevez and Zanetti and Walter Samuel. You were literally looking at it was like a FIFA All-Star team, and Pablo Aimar, and so you're just looking at each player as they're warming up, as they come out in and out of the tunnel, and I'm thinking to myself, is that for real? Is this for real? It was so impressive that Eddie Johnson swapped jerseys with Tevez at halftime, and I've never seen this in the history of the game. To have friends that you're playing with and you're going to swap with before the game, you say, hey, we're going to swap after. Done. You could have idols that you're like, all right, after the game, I'm going to sprint to this guy. I'm going to be the first one. I'm going to look at the clock. As soon as I see it's 90 minutes, I'm going to be right next. I'm going to follow him everywhere. So as soon as the whistle blows, I'm first in line. But halftime, that's something you just don't do.
Yeah.
Right? Because especially if you lose.
Do you have another? Is there another jersey ready
awkward
for you in the locker room? You know you haven't like.
Yes, there's always a kit
a cut
hanging in your spot at halftime, because the expectation is I don't think it's that I've seen it too often that a guy wears the same kit that he wore in the first half. You always take off your kit.
What?
Yeah,
you need a
always?
freshie.
there's always a fresh kit for you at halftime.
Yeah,
always.
you're not going full sweaty. Come on,
Now
this isn't Keene
now you're not-
University here.
It's
Dane
rare that
University,
someone
thank you very
changes their
much.
shorts and changes their socks, but that's there as well if you wanted to.
That'd be weird.
Some guys I've seen shower at halftime, and you're like, really?
What?
Yeah, but most
What
of
is
the
he
time,
listening to the team talk from the
Yeah.
showers?
but there's also not really a team talk. Maybe the coach comes in right when everyone gets in. And the coach looks at everybody and says it's 2 minutes, and says, "This is what we did really well," or "This is what we need to work on," or like, "Good stuff, guys."
True.
Just continue to do this, and then that's it. There's not really a team talk. And so in that 7 minutes or so, some guys go to the training room, some guys roll on a foam roll, some guys are stretching, some guys are just talking. But you always take your shirt off.
Showering.
You put it in the laundry basket, and you put on your new kit. But Eddie came at halftime. He darted to Tevez as we're in the tunnel. He looked at Tevez. He said Tevez remembered him from like an under-20 World Cup. And that was his excuse. So they looked at each other. They gave the nod. And Eddie was like, hey, can we switch? Tevez was not even playing.
Oh, my God.
Tevez had his jersey in his hand. He wasn't playing. He was a substitute. Eddie's coming off. Sweaty jersey, takes it off and switches. He comes in the locker room, and Bob Bradley absolutely lost it. It was like, we have this guy, and because obviously we lost the game. So at the end, again, he brings it up. This guy's swapping jerseys at half, and so he was just kind of like, you're not swapping jerseys, especially for a young guy.
Yeah,
if you're
tough.
a young guy, you're like, all right, you keep that jersey to yourself.
This is my jersey. Don't you? I'm not giving this away.
And what you do is you just take your own jersey, and you store them, because usually your family wants them, but you also want to keep something for yourself. So if you're not swapping jerseys, you're always stuffing them in your bag.
Dude, what do you think Carlos Tevez did with an Eddie Johnson halftime jersey?
I would love to know. I think he probably thought it's just cool, because at the end of the day, you want to.
Yeah, it's a memento. It's a cool memento.
You want the memorabilia just for.
I have a USA kit.
Man, I got a USA
in my
kit. Exactly. Right. But there's also the instances where
he knows about the original game.
Yeah, you grab your kit and you have your whole team sign it, and those ones are also special. You at the end of a tournament, you take a spare jersey, you go around and you get everybody to sign it, and so then you can frame it.
The OFL podcast, the Texas Derby was crazy, back and forth. We're hoping for some craziness from Orlando, Miami, and RSL Colorado on ESPN Plus. Let's get those highlights from in there, Anders, for people who maybe didn't see him. And also Noir Tin, what's up? I see you on Twitch, man. He's here with the LAFC's better than Madrid, which I appreciate. What a finish from Jesus.
Yeah, for Gareth Bale.
We thought that was going to be it. We were wrong. What a wonder. Just the pace on that finish, Charlie. Coming across his body, taking it back to where the goalkeeper was. I mean, you got a little deflection on the service here, but just
it's a fantastic finish. That right there is proper technique. Coming back to where it came from. Look, right? Steve Clark could not move. He was frozen. It was that good of a finish. And then this is on the opposite end. A poor goalkeeping decision here to give up a rebound right in front of you. One, the shot is taken from pretty far away, and you got at least 4 players around you. No one's closing him down. There's a slight deflection, but you don't cough it backwards. And he coughed it right back into the middle of your box for the tap in. So unfortunate for FC Dallas, but also on the flip side, you're happy for Houston. Ache comes in, and that's what you expect. Your big time signing brings the club up. It's an absolute lift, and you could see it. Usually, you watch Houston games; it is stale. I'm not gonna let's be honest. It is stale from the supporters' standpoint. You watch the game, you're like, oh, there's no energy in the stadium. You maybe see a few here and there. That was a vibrant stadium. That team played with a spirit, a passion, and it's no coincidence that Hector Herrera makes his debut for that club. I love to see that. Those are the type of signings that you dream of that lift up a whole city.
Both butts and seats, but also just the energy on the field as well, and sort of the belief there. Okay, so here's some quotes from Chicago just to put them out in the ether. From Ezra, we didn't fight back. We didn't fight in the second half at all. We just laid down and let them pass right through us, run by us. And do that, teams punish you. There's absolutely no excuse to lose a game at home like that, up 2-0 at halftime, when all you have to do is manage the game, make sure the team doesn't score, and you win the game.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I see no lies, but tactically, can you make some adjustments? We always talk about this as players in the locker room. We know when you didn't perform well as an individual and as a group, and you know what kind of the expectations were. When you're winning 2-0 at home, you better come away with 3 points.
Yeah, it can't happen.
There's no excuses. Now
against a team that was struggling so hard to score and create, like that makes it hurt even worse.
Now, if the tactics weren't necessarily changed and just maybe Ezra said, hey, we got to do this better, but nothing really tactically, then yes, it is on the players, but it also the coaching. Like I said, you have to change maybe the system, move some players around, bring in an extra defender, or because it was far too open. And that play, you saw the third goal. Where were the backs?
That's what I was saying.
That's tactics.
It was also a really bad giveaway, so they got killed in transition. But yeah, that's fair too. By the way, the Colorado Max put one wide from 12 yards out. Looks like he sent the keeper the wrong way, but pushed it wide. Colorado can't catch a break.
RSL nearly scored there from Miram too.
Yep.
Let's talk Colorado. And for you, LOL, we see you on Charlotte, man. Dan the man, nobody's winning. Nobody. It's 0-0. Orlando, Miami, RSL, Colorado. So tell me, Tom, what you think this signifies from the Rapids in moving Mark Anthony K, so quickly, and especially after the season that they had last year with him in the team.
It's a surprise for me.
Pretty quick sort of flip on their part. I know that Porg Smith, the soccer ops over there, basically who runs that entire side of things, really believes in the sort of interleague market and that it should be busier. But kind of thought that Mark Anthony was a foundational piece for them. I guess they get back what they spent, plus they get Ralph Priso and a first-round draft pick and an international roster spot. I mean, it's a pretty good return, but
not if you draft like you did the last time with Philip Mayaka. I mean, you have a draft pick, but if you draft the wrong player, then it doesn't really do.
It's going to be it's also LAFC's draft pick, so it's not going to be a high draft pick too. So
it's LAFC. I thought it was Toronto's draft pick.
Oh, is it Toronto? Oh, duh, it's Toronto's. What am I talking about? It might be a great draft.
Hold on.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm getting multiple trades confused here. Goal Savarino, by the way. Sorry, goal Savarino.
You just scored?
Yep.
Oh, banged it from keeper. Oh, that's tough. Oh, Yarbrough coming out and yelling at people. Brother, you got think you got to look in the mirror on that one. Look, with Colorado, it surprised me because this is I think that both things can be true. I think that this was it's a very good return in terms of value. That's great. 1 million GAM can't play center mid for you next week. Like Ralph Priso might, but again, like we were saying before, if Ralph Priso becomes Mark Anthony K, that's a really good career. For me, when I look at a team like Colorado, I thought that the end game was to get Kellen Acosta, Mark Anthony K, and keep them long term because of their expenditures. The closest they had one DP that they almost put a transfer fee into, and that was Eunice Nomley, and he didn't even make the starting 11 for a while, and they let him go without that purchase option. Their DPs right now are Giassi Zardes, who they got in a trade, and Jack Price, whose contract isn't that far above TAM, so he's very lightly a DP. It's just a cap thing. So my thing is it more valuable to have more allocation money, or is it more valuable to have Kellen Acosta and Mark Anthony Kaye? For them, they're unhappy with how the season's going. Obviously, they want to change things. They want to be active in this window.
They don't spend.
That's the thing. My criticism is, and this was my take when LAFC traded away Walker Zimmerman, and even when Dallas traded away Walker Zimmerman to LAFC. Who are you getting that's going to be better than Walker Zimmerman in this league? Mark Anthony Kaye, Kellen Acosta, those are two international World Cup bound players. I think that for a team like Colorado who aren't putting much into transfer fees and signing these like air quote big names or even guys who are going for 5-6 million, stuff like that. Like, I think that it's more valuable for them to have these kind of players. That being said, who knows what the targets are that they have lined up? They've really done some good shopping in Brazil, or at least been able to recruit from Brazil. I know Max Alves hasn't lived up to it right away, but look, he's a 20-year-old central midfielder from Brazil. These things take time. So maybe they have something lined up. The Philadelphia Union also don't spend a ton of money, but they've been able to bring in some
they develop
players.
They develop.
Yeah.
Colorado does not. And also throw in Austin Trusty.
He
left and he was
Colorado is trying.
And Vines and Bassett, but
trying is different than doing though.
Well, I think the Vines and Bassett is a fair rebuttal. Right? Both those guys homegrown players. One of them is a starter in Belgium and came, 3 million transfer fee, is that right? 2.5?
Yeah, 2.5 or 3 around there, yeah.
Yeah. And then we don't know.
And Bassett's purchase option is higher than that for Feyenoord. I don't know what it is though.
And you're comparing that to McKenzie and Aronson? Or
it's not apples to apples, but it's better than it's better than the rest of the league, if we're going to be honest about that. You are absolutely right in the not spend side. You're absolutely right. There's no argument to be made there. I have a friend of mine who's a season ticket holder with the Rapids. I need to get his thoughts on this trade. I haven't yet, but yeah, I think it would have to be a little bit dispiriting if you're a Rapids fan to sort of see what appeared to be this core that success and playoffs and potentially trophies was being built around, with those young players being in a position to sort of elevate the group, and then see maybe your most important, I don't know, maybe they didn't think he was the most important piece. Maybe you're sort of the core of a lot of this being moved on quick.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think he made 32 appearances for it's almost a calendar year from when he was acquired. So again, I'm definitely surprised, but they have been good at finding value or whatever, or using this to get other players. So maybe they'll be active on the trade market. Maybe there's another deal that we don't see coming. I think that this is going to be incomplete until the end of the window. Like, they do still believe that this team has pieces. They believe in Robin Fraser and the coaching staff. They do think they've been unlucky with some injuries. Like Jack Price has missed a lot of time. Jalsis Artis hasn't gotten up and running yet, really. So there's reasons for them to think that this group is still there, but time is starting to become really urgent. And the further away that you are from the playoff line and going down 1-0 at halftime here, every result is going to be super key. And the more quickly you can have new players in, it's got to be the priority.
Let's talk about Atlanta, guys, because the players had an hour-long post-game meeting tonight after losing to Austin at home. The media was not allowed in during that hour.
Oh my God!
Joseph Martinez.
Oh boy!
1 year the contract left, says the life of the team is gone. That not everybody is giving 100% in training, I believe he said. Yeah. Oh, Charlie, what do you think, man?
That, to me, speaks very highly of the culture of the club right now and how everyone thought Joseph Martinez was the culture and setting the tone, and that is obviously not the case. So, one, this doesn't look good for Pineda and his coaching staff, and this really doesn't look good for the front office. So I can tell you one thing. It is troubling when you have a lot of injuries. And, the guys understand when you have these type of instances in a season where you lose some guys that you never thought you'd have to play without, and things are much more difficult because you don't have maybe the necessary depth. But to give up, which is exactly what's happening here, that is not good. That is really troublesome if you're an Atlanta fan, and they are crazy about this team. To not have people 100% committed and have your star, who is literally the guy for Atlanta United, telling you, man, I have a 1 year left. I'm already thinking about, to me, if I hear I have 1 year left on my contract, which means 1 year, and I might be looking at other options. This is not my home Joseph. Forever. Yeah, this is my hey guys, if things don't change, like, I'm out. I only have a year left, so I'm good.
Sorry, I had to pause to
take it all in, or what?
No, to just tweet confirmed bonus game for Austin. I mean, that's absolutely. I mean, you can't argue now. Like, he said that result happened months ago. That's not an impressive win. They gave up.
Wiebe, you sent that tweet without a huge grin on your face.
Oh, I did. No, yeah, I've been waiting because they've been getting at me. Yeah, great. Wow. I mean, I'm just trying to dig for as many quotes as I possibly can.
Please do.
And it is it's so what a Sacha, who I don't know who had said that things had changed quick in MLS. I remember 2018 MLS Cup. Stop talking to my ear, Anders. Anders trying to take credit for all this. Everybody says things change quick in MLS, Anders. You're not the only one. It could be anybody. Fill in the blank. Anybody who commentates on this.
Everyone except for Seattle is what he's trying to tell you.
But I remember in 2018 standing at the top of the course during MLS Cup, and for basically the entirety of the match, but certainly for the big moments and the walkout and just sort of the pageantry and seeing the level of the crowd. Bobby Warshaw next to me, I think Dax McCarty was with us, and just sort of looking around and being like, yo, this is as good as it gets. This is the peak. Like, I've never seen anything like this. I love this. I've been around it for a long time, been at all the biggest moments, the biggest games. This is it. And to see them fall to this level, whew. I know the injuries have been, that's been a grinder, no doubt about it. God bless Joseph Martinez for coming out and just airing the laundry out. It's like that's what he's doing tonight.
Yeah, no, I always respect that about Joseph. I know he knows what he's doing when he says things like this in the media, and it's like he's done this before with his contract talks with Heinze, and he knows all this. This isn't by accident. But on the other hand, I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate that he's saying real things, or at least the real things that he wants us to hear. So I don't know. That's a tough loss. And
here's some quotes. I'm gonna read these. I know that Anders is gonna get them up. Quote, this game happened months ago. A lot has obviously changed since 2017. Nothing that happened tonight was a surprise.
Oof.
Quote, we all have to think hard about what we saw here today. It could be my last year here. I've got 1 year left on my contract. On whether he agrees with Gonzalo Pineda about the team not fighting for each other. Yeah, actually, 100%. That didn't happen today. It happened in the beginning of the season too. We play because we have to play. In training, some players don't have that energy. They don't appreciate the jersey. That's the biggest problem. Injuries are not a problem in soccer. You can have an injury every day and people think, oh, we lost this guy. We lost this guy. We have a mistake. We all make mistakes.
Wow.
Yeah. It goes from sweet, sweet Atlanta to, Wiebe, that was my first MLS Cup working on the opposite side of the media side in Atlanta. And I was so impressed with, it felt like a World Cup. That's what it felt like. It took me back to 1994.
And the whole city was locked in. And that's not always the case.
It was incredible. Everyone was bought in. Everyone had some sort of Atlanta memorabilia. So whether it was a jersey or a shirt or a flag or a hat, it was a sea. of Atlanta United fans, and everyone was all about the MLS Cup. I was like, this is incredible. And then they go on to win MLS Cup. And you have the great stories of Joseph Martinez, who just continues to ball. Miguel Almiron, yeah, we bought him. A lot of people didn't know of him. And then we made a big sale. And all of a sudden, now people are saying, hey, we can go to Atlanta United and still go to the Premier League. It was like the first big transfer of a foreigner that was largely undiscovered. I mean, he was playing with the Paraguay national team, but he wasn't a household name, especially in the United States. And so, then you go through Pity Martinez and that debacle. And I felt like once Tata Martino left, that he was the one who made it work. Of course, he was able to get these guys to come to the club, one, but two, you talk about a manager who defines a squad, who creates it and has everyone feeding off of one another. That's what he gave to Atlanta United. Once he left, they left trying to find someone. It was like a scramble trying to redefine who they were, but searching for another Tata Martino instead of just saying, hey, let's go out and find a coach who knows what we have in this locker room as far as talent and then can really give us a plan, a strategic plan. DeBoer comes in and just kind of flips it all upside down, wants to play a completely different style with the same type of players. Didn't really work. You bring Nagby, you sell, you get rid of him. And what did you get in return? And we talked about that, Tommy. Just break down some of their acquisitions and just what we're seeing from them currently.
It's a lot of big swings, and it's a lot of, I keep going back to this point, collection of talent versus a cohesive group. It was like that with Barco, with a lot of players. Barco didn't seem to fit a ton, and maybe that's unfair that we saw Miguel Almiron, and then Barco comes in, and you think it's going to be him. And then Pity Martinez, same thing. And I think Luis Araujo fits a little bit better. But Marcy Moreno, there's been questions of what's his best position, what's his best fit, all this. Thiago Almada has looked pretty good, but a lot of these strike you as we're just going to throw a bunch of money at it and it's going to work. Gabriel Heinze, like same thing with Miguel Ramirez in Charlotte. The things that came out about him after they were fired weren't big surprises for people who knew them at previous stops. Like, I think that's an indictment on due diligence. And if it's not, then it was a bet that, hey, we think we can change him or his best qualities will shine here, whatever it is. You just go down the list. You go to Gonzalez Perez, and then the players of Alan Franco's come in and underwhelmed. Like Miles Robinson has been their best development story. Brooks Lennon for Julian Gressel. That's the closest thing that they've had to a like-for-like replacement in
Not
somebody leaving and somebody coming. I think Brooks, I mean, look, fair enough. Julian Gressel is probably the best wing back in the league. And again, he's a phenomenal player. But I think Brooks Lennon is really, really good too. And that's their best example of replacing a talent. Everything else has been Almiron to Barco to PT, and now to Araujo and Marcelo Moreno.
Are we focusing too much on that side of it and not focusing enough on names like Parkhurst, Lorenowitz?
That's where else I was getting to. Like, look at the center backs who have come in since those guys have left, and I think they tried to address that. I think that was a lot of the Ozzy Alonso signing, and then he got hurt. But also, that's somebody who was further towards the end of his career. Like Nagby left. Like they brought in Emerson Hyndman. Like again, I think he's good and fine, but it's not the same level as MLS proven guys, MLS respected guys, leaders like Nagby, Parkhurst, Lorenowitz, and again Alonso now. So it's been a lot, and I think that this is a case study in just because you have money doesn't mean it's going to automatically be fixed. And this is why it's so hard in this league to stack successes on top of each other and have these succession plans.
Joseph Martinez, he's firing his shots, and he's firing them at the front office. It seems like, and this is not a coaching thing. This is not a other players thing. This particular quote we see on screen right here. It's a message for everyone, but I think it's about who's bringing the guys in. Yeah,
it's pretty somber.
Yeah, gotta get up. got to clean it up. I mean, the standings tell you that. Whew.
I wonder who he's talking about.
Well, and the other thing I do want to emphasize here, and not to like try to cut him out front of the knees or anything like that, but he's also talking about the contract status too.
That's a good point, Wiebe.
He's got a year left, so he's negotiating with the folks he's talking about as well. So there's, that's an important thing to remember in all these things, and is that it's all political. And I think this a lot, and I think it more and more as an adult, is that people like to sort of isolate politics into certain parts of life, and politics are just relationships, and this is all political on every front, whether it be Joseph talking to the media at this point after a loss at home, what the front office is going to say after this, who the front office hires, who they sign, what agents you work with. There's a lot that goes into the pot. It's complicated, but what's not complicated is where Atlanta is in the standings. 20 points from 18 games.
And again, this is an attack that's, I believe, like $40 million in transfer fees. Like it's not for a lack of trying to spend money, and again, it shows that it's a lot about fit, and it's not just about biggest checks.
Is this the first B room break for Chuck? I'm holding strong, baby.
This is why you're the expert. This is why, like, this is a long shift, man.
I've done many a super draft in my past. There ain't no staying up. Ain't no walking away.
Super draft.
You just better not drink a bunch of water before.
Yeah, more water.
Yeah, and the Twitch chat has become Atlanta fans now. Wow, Chara, what's up, man? Lovely Kitty Bellies says that Joseph's got leverage, and when Lovely Kitty Bellies tells you something, you listen. All right, you just listen to it. Rana Gaming is in here, ranting on changes need to be made there, and welcome to my Twitter mentions, Austin fans. Got you on the end of on the hook, just dangling the hook, just dangling it. I do want to go to Austin this year. I really do. Would love to be in the stands just to see what kind of welcome I get from the good folks in Austin. It's nothing but love. I would
like to
Austin.
see what welcome you get to.
It's nothing but love. We're just having fun here. We're just having fun. I should tweet. I should text Felipe tonight. The link to that. See what he says back. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Felipe Martins is this? Or Felipe
yes.
Cardinals?
Yeah, Felipe.
Felipe Martins. I'm still a little upset with him. He came at me for my pizza taste, and this is to a New Jersey person, huh?
Did you deserve it?
No. I put up a delightful photo of a little penne vodka pizza, and he was like, bro, I need to show you what real pizza is. And I was like, Felipe, man, I know you spent a few years here in New Jersey, but like, yeah, choose your words carefully here, brother.
We have a halftime, by the way. Orlando, Miami, RSL Colorado is in the second half. 1-0. ESPN Plus is your spot. Heineken Rivalry Week rolling on. Got another show like this next Wednesday for you. Sacha Kljestan, who was with us earlier, was awesome. Ran a gaming, by the way. Next extra time Monday, as always. Extra time comes out on Monday. He's asking because, by God, we have a lot to talk about. I should probably just text Felipe Cardenas right now to come on the show.
Good point. Get that locked in.
There's going to be a lot of producers in the soccer world on Monday looking to get Felipe's voice on their channels. Charlie, could you be any more like Massachusetts right now? You got the Nantucket sweatshirt. We're getting a little back look here at the setup. He's got the wainscot on the wall, and then the light blue behind him. It's just and then I think that just the chair just screamed cape as well. Just everything about it. It felt Massachusetts TID. It's like a branding exercise. It's like straight out of the visitmass.com. Do you love wainscoting and light blue houses
This is Cape Cod for you.
Yeah, built in the 1800s. Would you like to stay at an Airbnb that may or may not be haunted? Did you see Jaws?
For sure.
Did you see Jaws and think, I would love to swim in that water? Welcome to the Cape. We're here to serve you. Visitors are our business. Sorry, I couldn't help myself there. It's been 3
good, man.
hours. It's been 3 hours.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It has been a long time. Oh, we had a good question. I think it was from maybe Harry the dog, which would make sense. Which is who in MLS has that dog in him? If your dog rankings in MLS,
Everybody at RSL. Just
Oh,
Fran-
by the way, RSL goal.
Oh,
Great
wow.
timing, Tom. You're built for this. Justin Miram. That celebration had a little dog in it.
Well, Tati
Who just-
Castellanos. You can
Tati.
put
I
him
would
on
say
that list.
number one. My dog rankings is Tati. I don't even. Actually, number one is probably Pablo. Even in non-playing, he's got the leisure shirt on tonight, which I appreciate from him.
Sleeves
Who
are a little
hit-
long.
Yeah, you think so? I got to roll those up.
Nah.
Who hit the free kick? It was a really great instinctual. Was it a header from
Pablo Ruiz?
Miram? Is that the first headed goal
Oh.
of Justin Miram's career?
Yeah, it's well
Putting
taken
his
free
face in
kick.
there.
Oh, yeah, he did put his face in there. I almost got kicked.
Oof.
Yeah.
And one.
What a free kick, by the way, though.
Yeah, Sergio Ruiz. Pablo Ruiz. I want to say Sergio Ruiz.
I think we have Andre says there's another, as if the
Oh, Rui Diaz is in that category as well.
yeah why would Joseph say that? Why?
That's a good
Joseph.
one.
That is a good one. I saw that one making the rounds earlier, and I thought to myself, I know who saved that to their desktop.
Yeah, Doyle
Doyle.
responded immediately to Morgan Tenta, who made it. It's like, this is going to get a lot of use. Thank you.
Yes, a lot of
Can't
play
wait.
there. A lot of play.
Smarter Scout put up one where they put that face on the Landon Donovan water fountain photo. It was pretty funny too.
God, Pablo.
Oh, there are a lot of players that got that dog in them in MLS.
I sort of think
Jose Martinez, dude. Jose Martinez.
Jose Martinez, yeah. Serious dog. Who else? I feel like I
think Sasha's got that dog in him too, man. I know that he was saying he doesn't trash talk anymore, or does less of it at least. But like, I think he's got that dog in him too. Charlie, did you have Hex dog?
Jesus Ferreira tonight. Again, don't encourage it. Don't it. Houston fans, the throwing. But that moment for him in the rivalry, there's dog involved in that. Just some like F the world.
Charlie, were you a trash talker? I know this isn't exactly the dog conversation, but got me curious.
In training, not in games.
Why? Were you trying to keep yourself freshened in training and didn't want to get people going in games? Like, what was the rationale?
Sometimes in training, I felt like that's the only way to bring out the competitive spirit. So it wasn't just like talking to individuals; it was talking to the whole team, especially in small-sided games, and that raised the level because then guys were playing with spirit. There was also, you could say comments to get under people's skin too. This was one of my patented comments. A player takes a shot, and it goes completely wide or something, and I would yell, "Let him shoot! Just let him shoot! No need to defend. Just let him shoot!" And that was psychological warfare because typically they would push them to shoot all the time from there, and it would always go badly for them, or they wouldn't shoot again. So it was like a win-win. So those were good, and then it always come back to me because then if I took a shot, then that same person would yell, "Hey, let him shoot!" If it wasn't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you got to back up trash.
Yeah.
Trash talk is not. Yeah, it must be backed up.
So I would say, during the games though, typically not a trash talker. Although I played with that trash kind of talk attitude because I would come in and I would be physical. I would, I wasn't afraid to mix it up, and people would always be like, "Oh, they'd be put off or they'd be shocked." They'd be like, "I didn't know he was coming in with that type of aggression." But I wasn't so much of a talker while we were playing the game.
Interesting.
We're halftime. Orlando 0, Inter Miami 0. It is 2-0 RSL over Colorado right now. RSL has ruled this rivalry for a hot second now. I mean, we're talking decade. I think they had an embarrassing loss in Colorado in the last couple of years, if I remember correctly, like a 5-0. But yeah, this is back to the same old story for RSL. Yeah.
If you had to say one player in MLS that I've had to go up against that was like a real duel, who do you think I would say in terms of?
Well, you got to think back. You got to think. I mean, think back to the time. Are we talking duel as in just talking, physicality?
No, physicality. Because
Wiebe, this is your wheelhouse, I'd imagine.
Heineken Rivalry is my first choice.
I was good at that. That was somebody who came to mind for me too, because that was like I would not want to get 50-50.
1,000%. That is exactly what, because neither of us talk trash, but it was like 110%.
Yeah, but that dude was a train.
Absolute train.
Like he just looking at him, you're like, I think I'm gonna stay out of zone 18. Like,
and George John was the other
quick one touch. You can play the ball into me with my back to goal. I think I'm gonna just play this out. Like, we're holding the ball up tonight, boys. We're just spraying that one wide. All right, like let's get in the channel.
Don't lay a soft pass into me. That's gonna make him come charge.
The problem is with running into the channel, Thompson is like Thompson he is faster than everyone. Dude had it all. What an incredible player, Heineken Rivalry is. Okay, what do we got? Worst home match I've ever attended, Atlanta United. Kevin Keefe.
Worst home match you ever?
That sounds about right. Like, I can't think of any others off the top of my head for Atlanta. Like, I'm sure that there's some results, but like the COVID season, there weren't any fans, and that's when they were really bad. So I can't think of anything that would rival tonight.
Let's hit those RSL goals.
Fire being up 2-0
that we've seen here.
Yeah, I think he was saying he came from the Atlanta game.
Oh, okay. Oh man,
RSL out on the break, dude. Who is?
Cordova.
Yeah.
You got some pace.
Yeah, he can move.
Yeah, Cordova's been really good. Oh, that would have been good timing.
Oh.
That's crazy.
RSL is absolutely balling right now. Absolutely.
Was that Diego Rubio that a corner just came to him on the 6 and it just hit him?
Yeah. I don't think he got blinded by the guy jumping for the header in front of him, but it's kind of a great header for Cordova there.
I hope they're able to trigger that purchase. I heard the purchase option is pretty high. I don't have this confirmed or anything, so I'm not even going to say the numbers I've heard. But I hope that they're able to keep him and maybe, if possible, at the Max Tam level, maybe an Andres Cubas kind of deal. Like every dollar available.
I don't think Cordova on a DP deal is.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a no for me.
It's got to be like, I think that he's been really good. And if they can keep him as like just under the DP threshold, like where they can buy him down with just a bunch of gam, like that'd be really great for them. Because right now he's technically a DP, Wiebe, but that's just like for accounting purposes. So I'm assuming
I think if you're that's he's on loan, like to me it's acceptable given where they were and sort of like the quick changes they needed to make and sort of the change in the ownership group. But like given time to allocate resources and decide where you're going and scout, I would be hesitant. I don't think it would be ambitious to have him as one of your full-time DPs long-term, is what I'm saying.
I completely agree. I'm saying my point of bringing that up is that he's a DP right now, and they don't have to factor in a transfer fee. So I think it'd be really difficult to keep him. And you have to pay Augsburg. And again, maybe because there's similar ownership that you can find an agreement that makes it work. But I think it's going to be difficult for them to keep him without being a DP.
I've got Austin fans sending me pictures of customized jerseys, Austin jerseys that say bonus games on the back, number 34. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Love you, Austin fans. I'll be eating some tacos with you sometime soon. I was hoping maybe they'd make a run an Open Cup, but alas, it was not to be. Apparently, this is the largest losing margin at home ever for Atlanta United. How do you think their fans are going to respond to these Joe comments?
Not great. I mean, because everything they do now is going to be looked at under a microscope, and there's something to it when you don't have a Laurentowicz or a Parkhurst in the locker room with all that experience helping this group, because you need the glue guys. And in some cases, the glue guys are always overlooked. They don't know how important they are in terms of a locker room, keeping it together through the ups and the downs, because those are the guys who you can depend on to not let it get out of control. Because sometimes coaches aren't going to make the right decisions, or they're going to get it wrong, or there's going to be injuries, and you have to rely on those guys to get everyone to kind of be pulling in the same direction. So I think there's a number of things they've gotten wrong in terms of not only the big guys and bringing in players for a lot of money, but also the MLS guys they brought in, just not the right ones.
Charlie, I think you bring up a good point, and a lot of these things get overlooked. And I think LAFC is a good example of this. They shipped out Kay, they shipped out Zimmerman, insert however many of the other, I guess, more like MLS veteran guys. And they tried to double down on the international recruitment. And over a couple of years, I know they had injuries to Vela and other things that happened. It's not completely to blame, but it was a clear shift this offseason in, okay, now we realize what we were missing in the last couple of years. Let's go get Franco Escobar, Maxime Crépeau, Ilie Sanchez, insert all of these MLS guys. And I'm not sure, Atlanta didn't do that to that effect this offseason.
You guys want to wrap up the day here? Half an hour left. We'll be out of here, folks. The Colorado will let you Orlando, Miami sickos continue on without us at the end of that. Let's kind of. Do we have any? Let's start ranking our stories of the day. If you're talking Heineken Rivalry overall, I think LAFC
Galaxy,
coming back to get one finally against the Galaxy is a big, plus Bale being in the stadium. I think if you're talking big picture overall, that is the biggest story so far from Heineken Rivalry Week. To me, second is this Atlanta stuff.
It's up there, man.
I think that this is sort of like organizational. It's like the crux of everything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's your biggest player. It's your sort of emotional leader saying there's no heart.
How about
and that has big
Paul McDonough hiring a person into your front office who has just obliterated a new organization in Inter Miami and didn't necessarily play fairly, and you still made the hire, which is mind-blowing. How is that not talked about? On top of not making these signings and everything with Atlanta United. So, yeah, I'm with you. It is a real fall from Graceland, from where they once were. Now, the supporters are still there, and I think they're going to demand better from everyone. And it's not just, hearing what we've heard from Joseph Martinez. I think that might have shocked some people, but you see it with the performances.
I mean, it's been chaotic. We thought since Tata left, it's been chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
I think another big storyline would be Portland's victory at Seattle. I know that Anders will point out the refereeing decisions and stuff like that, but I think big picture, this is a team that are now 5 unbeaten. They're doing their whole summer run. I think that's going to be a big takeaway from this rivalry weekend. They look good. And like, this was probably like Eric Williamson looks like Eric Williamson again, which is awesome.
Yes.
After his torn ACL last year. And Portland, not only did they leave Seattle with 3 points, but for the first time, and this would be their third year, they're leaving Lumen Field without an unfortunate injury. Sebastian Blanco 2 years ago and Eric Williamson last year. So I think all around they should be one of the top storylines from this week.
Angel Cabrera's right. I think Houston, to me, like Houston, Dallas, I think it's on at least equal level with Seattle, because like I think we all agree Seattle are going to be fine. It's a big important win for Portland, but they're still below. But Ache arriving in MLS, arriving in Houston, and the life that we saw, just in the team, in the organization, just overall, maybe a we got a PK shot here, by the way. Yeah, that's probably a penalty. Did they call it RSL Colorado or no?
Yeah, the referee gave it.
Okay. We don't have to do that on instant replay then, Chuck. Good reminder for us that we got to do this. Good reminder. So I'd throw Houston, Dallas right up in there, because if that's the kind of life that they'll play with the rest of the year, we talked about what will make a successful 2022 for Houston Dynamo. That life alone and that determination and that desire, that's it. Like, they got some work to do on the roster. Pastad knows that, but they were hamstrung a little bit by the moves of the past and where their cap situation was. But if they've got that to start, that's a good solid start for the Houston Dynamo. I'm trying to think what else here. I think Philly bagging. I know
Cucho.
DC is Cucho. That's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one. First goal for Cucho, game winner. Tati and his face too, because like, God, Monday's extra time is gonna be crazy because we have all these comments from Joseph, and we have Tati basically saying it is time. Sorry, I've watched too much Lion King over the last 3 months. It's time, guys. Like, I need to move. I've done everything I can. Like, do me this solid. I've stayed quiet. I've been like the good soldier, but it's time. I think DC's implosion, but more accurately, I think Philly getting 7 and sort of showing maybe at least like injecting some belief in their attack.
A little life from Colorado here. Diego Rubio penalty. 2-1.
2-1. Just a little life.
Just a tad.
Just a teensy. How about Charlotte at home on Nashville?
Yeah,
Nashville.
Pretty impressive win, man.
Not as strong as they once were last year.
Hanging around
Mukhtar is still doing it.
Hanging around on the edge. Well, the problem is they've got 1 win and 7 at home. You build a new stadium, you go from being one of the best home teams in the league to that. That ain't gonna cut it. They're just right there on that mediocre, 7, 6, and 6, just above the playoffs. But if you look at the East or West right now, it really is LAFC, Austin, maybe RSL, sort of in the middle round, and then it's all just pack. It's basically pack from Dallas at 4, at 1 win and 8, all the way, really down to Houston, 22 points at 11. Colorado, SKC, and San Jose sort of bringing up the pack, but that whole group, there's Seattle you believe in. There's some teams with more talent, but I would believe any order of that group basically coming down the way. And it's the same East really too, except you don't have the high end teams. Interesting year in MLS.
Always is.
Any other thoughts from today? I'm telling you right now, Anders, I'm shouting it out to you. I'm losing steam, bro. I'm tired. Wake us up, chat. Give us some interesting questions.
Yeah,
Wormits.
Do we have something?
Wormits get 3 cool Hani Mukhtar games a year, and it's mostly humdrum from Nashville. Quote, boring, clog the field soccer. Before that, he said Nashville till I die, so he's a realist.
Hey, that boring stuff is cool when you're winning. I can understand why it gets old when there's draws and stuff like this, but
yeah, I was gonna say, is anyone really surprised? For people that watch them play, I mean, we were talking about it last year. You win games, it's all exciting, but there wasn't any real creativity in the way they played.
I screwed it up. Sorry, Wormits, Nashville tie or die. It wasn't until I die. It was tie or die. That's a slip on my part.
It's a good comment.
If you could put Hani Mukhtar on one team that is currently not in the playoffs, who would it be?
Oh,
This is
That
a
would
great
take
question.
them. That would take them over the top.
Hani Mukhtar on one.
First of all,
team.
I'd put him anywhere because I've been such a big Hani Mukhtar guy since they signed him. I mean, I don't know, man.
Which team would thrive the most if he were to be on it?
You said below the playoff line, but
Yeah.
my first thought for some reason was Philly or Red Bulls, but obviously they're both above the playoff line.
Philly's not
So if we're going,
you would trade Goddard for him in a second.
yeah.
Like you don't even
in a
think
second.
about it. You don't even think about
not
it.
even-
You just do it. I'm thinking if you're the Houston Dynamo.
Columbus.
Oh, nice.
Well, yeah. It depends because the thing about Hani is he can play as a second striker. He can play on the wing. You could play him as a more traditional team, but I think he's better sort of as like a second striker wing. But if you're Houston and you play him in a spot where you have like a midfield trio of like Ache, Carrasquilla, and maybe Vera, and you could even, if you were in games where you're really trying to go for it, maybe it's Ache and Carrasquilla sitting in like a double pivot, and then like maybe I don't know how you would. Maybe it's like I don't know if Darwin gets on the field in this sense. I'm trying to think how they play defense, but I just would be entertained by it. I feel like Houston could be a shout there. They just need more attacking push. Vancouver, if they're going to play the
Portland
5-3-2 for Vancouver, if they're going to play the 5-3-2, could be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious point is I think we're all in agreement. We'd all take them at pretty much any team that
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been toying around with the idea. Like, I don't know if you guys follow Bill Simmons, the basketball writer turned podcaster, all that. He used to do a really, really good column every year, like the trade value column. I don't think that it works exactly in global soccer, but like there's something to how many players in the league would you trade straight up Hani Mukhtar for? There's probably not many. Like Nashville.
I mean, you're
like,
talking.
yes, I would take back
straight up
Carlos Hill.
MVP candidates.
Yeah, exactly. So like I was framing it in that, like that's the whole premise of the trade value column or whatever that he did.
Yeah,
and like I put Hani Mukhtar probably in the top 10. Like I can't think of many other people.
I think you're talking like 5.
I wouldn't swap. I mean, if I'm New York City, I wouldn't swap Tati Castellanos with him. I wouldn't swap Carlos Hill with him. I wouldn't swap. Maybe
Driussi would be a good conversation.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do it for Driussi.
If I'm Austin, I'm not trading him. Yeah,
and if I'm Nashville, I don't do it either because there's also a fit element there too.
Oh yeah, and again, this is why this premise isn't something that I've ever pitched because I don't think it directly works. But I try to frame some of these conversations in my mind about like, all right, like would I give away this guy straight up for this other dude?
Would you trade Luquinhas and Lewis Morgan for him?
For 2 players? That's
Well, I was just thinking, what's the allocation? How much would he be worth in just straight up allocation money? It would never happen because the number would be so high. Like teams just don't have it. Because like in straight up allocation,
$5 million.
Yeah, my mind was in like the 5 million zone. But it just doesn't work because I don't know that you have a transfer value on the other side. What it comes down to is what a kick signing that was.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. Like that is the dream signing, and he wants to be in Nashville. He just re-signed this year. Is that right?
Correct. And he started a soccer academy in Nashville as well.
Yeah, I think he has a girlfriend that or maybe
fiance.
Even fiance. Yeah,
they got there. I only know this off the top of my head because I think they got engaged right before he signed the new contract. So when he did his press conference before their home game,
he met her in Nashville though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ticking all the boxes, baby. I mean, that's Valeri. He has the potential to be Valeri-esque, if not even more like box score productive than Valeri. Like Valeri's best season, like he could have 5 of those.
Yeah,
That's a huge could. That's not a guarantee.
But even the fact that we're talking about this as a realistic possibility is a win in and of itself.
Yes. one of the best signings, and that's an interesting column. Like,
Yeah,
the best
I just
sort
don't
of
know how
long term, because in a mix of investment and productivity,
Yeah.
because the investment wasn't crazy high.
No, I think it was like 2.5, 3 million, something like that.
I mean, Diego's best season was 21, but he didn't have, obviously, a P campaign in 17. But he didn't have more than 14 in the other, and he had 8, 10, 14, 11, 6. Obviously, injuries kind of killing him in there as well. But Hani Mukhtar easily, to me, that's the sort of profile that you're talking about, and like importance to a market.
What do you got? What's next? Anything good?
I don't know, man. I feel like we've... Oh, here we go. Wally Weir, does a healthy Mihailovic for the rest of the season keep Montreal a top 3 team in the East?
I think they need more to be consistent. It's too much to ask of Georgie.
Was not in the team tonight. He is injured.
I think he just got back to training, so he should be back soon. But like,
They're definitely not better than New York City FC or Philly. And I think right now, Red Bulls are a better team than Montreal. So
I agree.
I don't think it takes them over the top.
And I'd still trust New England ahead of them. Like, I know that's, I don't know if that's controversial or not, but I don't know. I think that they need more.
Yeah,
and they have 2 open DP spots. Like, it's cherry picking to say why if they could just add Nacho Piazzi to this team or Didier Drogba, but
what
like,
a legend!
If they take a swing like that, this team gets into that top group. And this is even before considering that they're going to need to replace Mihailovic at some point. So I don't know. I think that they're in a really good spot and they need to capitalize.
What's the biggest? What are the biggest sort of what do you think moves are come in this window? Is what I'm saying.
DC United scrambling for those DP spots. That's definitely a team to watch. Charlotte, they're gonna sign a young DP. The plan had been very specifically this window. I heard a couple weeks ago that their urgency isn't as high. I think that they were trying to see how everything fit under Latanzio. And again, they're playing well. So I think those are a couple of teams to watch. Toronto, obviously, if they can get out of Salcedo. But yeah, I think it'll be...
How can DC talk about DPs? Like, how? You don't have a coach. Chad Ashton is an interim, and he's not going to do anything with this group. So how can you go out and get a DP, and then you go back to square one? You bring in a coach, and they're like, I don't really like this guy. Oh, no, we're tied to him for 5 years or 4 years, and we pay him a lot of money. So, oh, by the way, they have to play.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
What?
You're not wrong. But then the counter would be, look at what the team is that you have. Like, you have those 2 DV spots open.
So you don't use them until you get a coach. You get a coach. Why make a similar mistake to what you've done in the past? Unless you sign a DP that no matter who comes in, they're that good, right? If a DP comes around, that it doesn't matter which system you play in and who's coaching because they're that good, then sure. But how often are we seeing that, especially with the way Major League Soccer is going, right? You're trying to invest in talent that you can develop and then sell, because you're not just relying on a guy unless there's the rare player who's going to be MVP type caliber and want to stay for the rest of his career. But those are very rare and few, far and few in between. So I would say you want to have a coach in place first who has a clear vision and picture of what they want to do. And then you go out and find talent that you can develop and sell for a larger fee.
I sort of feel like they're going a different direction in the sense that the identity and the direction doesn't come from the coach. So they're going to find a coach.
Do you think that is going to work?
I think that
Let's go find
I'm trying
some
to
DPs.
rack my brain for organizations that has that in MLS that has worked. Is what I'm trying to do right now. It didn't work for them on Losada, you know.
And with Frank de Boer, right?
Yeah, but I don't think they'll bring in a Frank de Boer. They would bring in somebody who's not quite so big time.
Like a Wayne Rooney.
I'm just going through it right now. Yeah, I mean, like.
Oh, good ball, Bryce Duke.
Yeah. I'm not seeing I'm not thinking. I mean, you might be able to say that like a Dallas is doing that in a way.
I mean, they had Estevez hired.
Well, yeah,
before.
But I'm saying more in the sense that there's a club ethos. But really, when you talk style of play, that's not like Estevez.
LAFC.
Yeah, but Cherundolo still has. LAFC is a decent example. Cherundolo is within the organization, so.
That's what I'm saying. Like they had their, obviously Cherundolo has different tweaks on things than Bob Bradley did. Yeah, but like the overall philosophy, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, that's a club that was set up like that, and DC aren't. Red Bulls, I guess, with the high pressing and stuff, but like who knows what kind of coach DC are going to go for next? Like,
yeah, for sure.
With Hernan, they weren't a high pressing team before they got Losada, like whatever they were under Ben Olsen. So then they brought in a lot of players who they thought could play in transition and thought could be high pressing players. What if the next coach they identify is a possession based guy or woman, and then you have a bunch of players who are best suited to play transition, and then you have to do the whole thing all over again. So to your point, Charlie, yeah, like it's difficult, but also I can imagine that frustration would grow even more if you're a fan and it's just like, all right, we're not going to hire a coach. We're not going to sign any DPs. We're just going to play out the season and going to be really bad.
Right. But it's a business. So you want to make smart business decisions. And if you're going to hire, sign a DP for a lot of money or two, and they don't fit your next coach, or they don't have a good relationship with the best candidate or the system that the candidate wants to play, and then you go out and get not the best choice for your team to manage your team just because you are married to those two DPs, that just doesn't work.
Yeah. You're right.
All right. Tuesday night, Heineken Rivalry Week rolls on. We're finishing up this Saturday night. All you, the sickos that are with us still, what up? Austin, Houston, more Ache, more of a Houston that has a little bit of battle to him. And obviously Austin up there, top of the West. Not a bonus game. Confirmed. Not a bonus game for Austin. See Verde and Black. Univision Unimas on Twitter. 9 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday night. That's a treat coming up quick. They expended a lot against Dallas, so we'll see what they have left to offer. Wednesday, Minnesota, Kansas City, the nicest rivalry in sports on ESPN. 8 p.m. Eastern, LA, San Jose, Cali Clasico that Sacha Kljestan so kindly promoted for us. 10 p.m. Eastern on FS1 and Fox. All right, it's 2-1 Colorado RSL. We're waiting this one out. I think that's what we're doing. We going to do instant replay, Anders? What do you think? Tell me in my ears.
Instant replay, baby.
Yeah,
I saw Charlie put up the deuces already.
Yeah. Once the deuces go up, it's like it's like it's a little like Jose. It's like Jose Martinez. You're either getting a red card, you're getting fined, whatever it might be. Chat.
I hear the music. We got the broom.
You guys are doing IR tonight.
Twitter.
IR tonight. There's a lot of plays.
Oh my God! I can't speak any more words out loud, and you guys are gonna crush more.
How many hours of content can we produce, Charlie?
Rich, stop it! He's got 21 plays in this thing. Oh God!
Oh no, we're out of here. Enjoy your high driver week, everybody. Adios.